Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. In a world of fast-paced, ever-changing scenes, there's a group that stands out, the Jesus Geeks team. With their seasoned minds and their tech-savvy ways, they navigate the world in the modern-day maze. Jesus Geeks, they're the ones to seek. With their wit and their wisdom, they'll make you think. From politics to gadgets, they've got the scoop. Jesus Geeks, they'll keep you in the loop. Jesus Geeks with their minds so keen, they're the voices of reason in the digital stream. From bytes to bytes, they spread their creed. Jesus Geeks, fulfilling every geeky need. In a world of noise, their calling voice, guiding through the chaos with their informed choice. They'll break it down, make it easy to understand. Jesus Geeks, the pillars of the modern man.
Dude, I swear Geezer Geeks are unreal. They're my go-to. They're killing it.
Geezer Geeks are so great. Really, they are making podcasts great again. I only listen to them.
Well, it must be geezer time. The geezers are here to gaze on the goo. How about you? Y'all ready to look at some crazy stuff and just go, did you see that? I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you have to see for yourself to know that, well, I don't know what's going on there or what's up with that. But I kind of look at it and go, really? Really? Is that what you're going with? Alrighty then, I'll just exit stage left because the shit show of the many movies on one screen is just at a level I'm surprised the tech is being able to handle it and not keel over. And it's doing a little bit of that around the fringes. So maybe the flood and the tsunami of shit and the deluge of dog poo is finally clogging the system. Because guess what? System be clogged. So we have the usual gang tonight. Might have a guest or two. We're not sure. We'll see how it goes. But we're going to bring him in, and then we're going to do a little housekeeping. And then we've got a bit of a special treat. And then we're going to do a little bit of politics because you got to. I mean, there's so much rich stuff just to laugh your ass off at. You got to have some fun with it. We're going to blow through that. And then we're going to get to a bunch of things that fall into the category of, did you see that? We're talking stuff that you look at and you go, what was that? What's going on there? And it's terrestrial, it's celestial, it's dimensional. It's all kinds of crazy shit. And you go, what is coming on? And what is going down? So, without further ado, let's bring in some geezers because, you know, it's not just me that does the geezer, okay? I have cohorts. I have accomplices. And just rogue yo-yo geezer geeks that just kind of, hey, they got nothing better to do either. So some of them are from far away and maybe even off planet, like this guy.
Hey, how's it going? Finally, huh? Saturday night. And this is how the Geezer Geek spends their exciting Saturday nights. It used to be cruising up and down Van Nuys Boulevard in my '67 Camaro, doing some, racing in between red lights. Not the type on top of the cars, but the ones on the street.
I've heard stories of you tangling with those red light on the top guys.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember coming back from L.A. I had my '70 Z28. And I'm heading to Seattle. I'm going up Highway 101, and I'm coming up to Santa Maria. It had been a real shitty week, and we're going down where 101 goes like this. And I told my buddy Rick, I said, the way things are going, I'm gonna come over one of these rises, and I'm gonna see the back of a Dodge Polara that says Highway Patrol. No sooner said than done. I came over the rise, and there it says Highway Patrol, and I hit the brakes hard, and then headed over to the shoulder. About a minute later, the cop car, this Chips comes up behind me, and guy gets out and says, "Guilty conscience?" I said, "Yeah, I was going pretty good." "How fast do you think you were going?" I said, this is when everything was 55 miles an hour. And I said, 60 plus. He said, "When you had your brakes on and you went flying by me, I was doing 90. And we had a bet. You'd go over, we go over 3 hills, you go over 4. So, but he said, "I tell you what, since you stopped without me turning my lights or siren on, and you had your paperwork, your license, insurance, and registration right there, so I'm gonna give you a ticket, but it's going to be for doing 60 plus and a 55. Normally, they'd impounded my car and I'd gone to jail. But if you're nice to the cops, I mean, I have talked myself out of so many tickets, just not being an asshole. And you see some of these people on YouTubes and whatever, screaming at the cops, spitting at them, calling them all sorts of names. Gee, I don't think they're going to give you any slack. So, but,
well, speaking of slackers,
oh God,
we have
Greetings.
we have Master G in the house.
I was getting lost trying to figure out all the channels and trying to get them up on the screens. Like, geez.
It kind of kicked into another gear, didn't it?
I finally got them all up on screen. So I was trying to figure out where everybody was chatting from. I couldn't find them.
Well, we got some chat rolling in Riverside, but it looks like that's coming from not my Nexus channel.
Professor.
Well, the professor I had to pull up separately because it's not in the Riverside chat, so I had to pull that up, pop it out, and that's a whole nother chat going down. I went, "Oh, okay." And looks like Clay's in there, and he's on it, and we're going to have to bring his butt in. But before we do, Master G, how's it been? How's it hanging? How's it going?
It's been going good. It's been a great week. Been staying busy and had nice weather and got some stuff done and been on a couple shows and can't complain.
Didn't you say something about losing some internet? Was that earlier today or yesterday?
Well, my router and modem had an update, so I updated it. And then all of a sudden it didn't want to connect no more. It's like, oh great, now I got to deal with this. So
Don't
our
you love
live
those
stream, our
upgrades?
24/7 went down, and because we didn't have internet, and then I unplugged everything, got everything going, still didn't want to connect. So then I had to do a hard boot on it, gave it a little CPR, and it finally came back up, and everything updated. So I don't know what happened.
Well, we're on the ass end of a Mercury retrograde, so that may have something a little to do with it. But I think that it looks like, and we'll keep our toes, fingers, and anything else you got two of, just go ahead and cross it right now. Especially all you out there watching on the interweb, that the technology that seems to be working flawlessly right now continues to do so.
Don't talk about it because then I'll screw up.
Well, I've reframed that. For me, it's like I say it to make sure that it knows that I know that it's there. It's kind of like my dog Navi. She hears something and she has to let it know that she knows that it knows that she's there. So I'm not sure what that has to do with what we were talking about, but that's a perfect example
It
and
doesn't.
reason why we bring this guy onto the show.
Yeah, it doesn't, but no one cares.
Hi,
There he
everybody.
is.
I was taking notes.
Taking notes.
Yep.
Supposed to be taking names.
Hey, I wanted to remind everybody that you have a show coming up. When is your next show coming up, Carol?
Oh yeah,
wow.
that's what we're gonna cover with what everybody's doing. You've got one tomorrow, right, G?
Yeah, I got our Piercing the Veil on Midwest Night Watchers on YouTube, Rumble, everywhere. And we have Taryn Cooper from Paranormal View coming on. We're going to talk about haunted Gettysburg.
I mean, there should be a lot of ghosts running around there, I would think.
Should be.
And
I know
real quick, I will give you guys a link to that in the chat, so you can already go over and just hit the notification. That way, when they go live, you guys will know.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You know, we don't do enough about trying to make sure that we kind of promote ourselves a little bit, and we're gonna change that up tonight here in just a minute. But yeah, I mean, apparently there's some people out there that don't have anything better to do than this, just like us. It's like they're peeps, right? They're fam. They're folk that.
It's
They're
the
folk
hope.
that are
It's the hopeless, yeah, and lost.
those that
You
need
get
hope
into it.
show up here and leave without any, just like they came. So yeah, so G, you got your show tomorrow night, right?
Yeah.
And you just covered that. You got anything else coming up this week? You got
I
Dennis.
got Dennis Carroll and my show on his channel, Hunting the Shadows, The Road Less Traveled. And this week we're going to be talking about the Shroud of Turin. Because there's new AI, there's new AI pictures that they came up with of what Jesus looked like from the data they got off of the Turin, the Shroud, and it's a really sharp image. I mean, I'm impressed. From what we used to have to that AI picture is light years ahead.
Didn't they just get some new information about the dating of it too? I
Yep,
thought
they
I read.
dated. They actually this time dated this shroud back to the time period of Christ when he should have been crucified.
You know, and I just happen to have that queued up in the stack of stuff tonight. But the thing that's interesting about this, I mean, the AI is awesome. I mean, we're seeing, and I've got AI uncovering underwater ruins in Lake Titicaca, on coastlines and all that. And we've seen what's been going on with the UFO images that they're dropping AI
Well,
on.
somebody taken AI and looked at everything on the Shroud of Turin, and they came up with an image of what Christ really looked like.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, and I think it was Scotty, my buddy's show last night. It might have been last night or Wednesday, and he showed that shroud, and I said, so Jesus was a white dude? Because he definitely doesn't look Middle Eastern or anything. It looks like a Caucasian from Europe. It looks like a dude that's hanging around the streets of Paris.
That's
after the
American
Olympics.
Jesus. That's American Jesus, not the
American
regular
Jesus,
Jesus.
yeah. But the thing that I found most interesting about that story was that, as Clay was saying, they checked the carbon dating and they said, oh, the carbon dating from 20, 30 years ago was wrong. And it's like, well, I thought carbon dating, isn't that supposed to be pretty reliable? It's not. It's just like all the other messed up metrics in the matrix that they go out there and mangle and manipulate to make it say what they think they want it to. But the way they dated it, from what I heard, is they actually used the linen and they matched it to the same type of linen, the materials that were used to make the linens during that time in that region.
Right.
So that's what added more validity to, what is this thing? So that's pretty interesting. Clay, what do you got going on? What are you dropping? I think you got a new doc you just dropped, didn't you?
Yeah, this last Wednesday I dropped a Vlad Dracula mini documentary. All of my documentaries that I've been doing are just between like 5 and 10 minutes long, so I'm trying to keep them short. Just like a brief history, so to speak. This Wednesday, I believe I have The Killing Fields, or Pol Pot. If you guys are not familiar with Pol Pot, you might be familiar with the movie Killing Fields, so I'll have that coming out on Wednesday. And then I got another one in the vault that's already done, and I am currently working on another one right now, and I got a list that I'm just trying to work down. I got a couple suggestions from people in the comments, so I'm trying to make some for them, some people that they might want to see.
Nice.
And then always Saturday night with the Geezer Geeks.
I saw you dropped a couple of Clay music. What was the one you just did? Something about cancel this or copyright that? What was it?
Oh, I just did a short live stream where I just played through some of my AI music. And it's just a message I got for the YouTube censorship guys over there. A little hand gesture and a message, copyright this. And yeah, I just play some AI music. And yeah, every now and again I go live. I kind of stayed away from the live streaming myself. I just got too much going on right now. Except for Saturday nights, of course. I'll always be here Saturday nights. And real quick, I wanted to remind everybody, if you guys aren't subscribed on Rumble, or even part of Rumble, the Geezer Geeks are streaming over on Rumble as well. And I will give you guys a link to both of them in chat. I'll drop a link for both channels. We're streaming over there on the Geezer Geeks channel, and we're streaming over there on Nexus Nextcast channel. But also a reminder that we're streaming on the Geezer Geeks YouTube. We're also streaming on the Professor's channel, and we're streaming, what's the other one?
I'm pretty
Nexus.
sure we're
On
on
the
Starlink,
Nextcast.
streaming everywhere.
But I will drop the links to the Rumble channels in the chat. So if you guys do Rumble, make sure you hit up these links over on Rumble as well. And real quick, guys want to shout out the chat real quick while
Shout 'em
we
out.
got a break?
They be here.
I see Sarah Yusuf is in the chat. Roger Blair, Jennifer and Bucks is in chat. Woo Riders is in chat.
Woohoo.
Mr. B's in chat.
Yeah, what's
Bees
that
in
all
the
about?
chat. What's that?
Yeah.
Of course, we got Chiro Sounds, one of our moderators in chat. Let me scroll up. There's more people in here. Shout out Heidi. I seen Heidi Pop in chat. Seawolf in chat. Welcome in, guys. And just a reminder, we're probably going to be on for a bit tonight. So if at about the 4-hour mark, if we're still geezering and it just cuts off briefly, our time limit was up. That's all.
Can you imagine somebody trying to put chains on the geezers? I mean, what's that
Oh my
all about?
gosh. Yeah, don't put us in a box.
I mean, chains on things is, it's what Jim, always does. He's running around with chains and ropes and duct tape and, oh, I mean, not this Jim, another Jim. What do you got going on, Jim? Besides whips and chains and ropes.
Getting ready to go on a road trip. Taking, why she can still remember, I'm taking my wife up through California to see what's left of my mom's side of the family. I only have one cousin that's still around. And then we're going to go to Seattle. I'm going to go see my brother in Portland if he's home. And then spend 3 or 4 days in Seattle. She's going to see some dear friends she hasn't seen in a long time. She spent 40 years of her life in the greater Seattle area. So we're going on her car. I'm going to leave my Corvette at home. I'm flying my best friend down from Seattle he loves German Shepherds, and it's good for him to get away and give him something fast to drive. So I'm picking him up on the 9th. Rosemary goes to her Alzheimer doctor on the 11th, and then the morning of the 12th we head to the Bay Area. But I'm going to go up through Nevada and cut over on 80 from Reno. I hate going up through numbnuts land, better known as California. And then spend a couple, 3 or 4 days, maybe 5 days in Seattle, and then do a 1,600-mile jaunt to Minneapolis. Spend a couple days with my son and my daughter and my ex-wife. My ex-wife and my last wife, Rosemary, are dear friends. They really like each other, and it drives some people crazy. How can you like your ex-husband's wife? For the same reason I like my wife's ex-husband, Bill. He's like my brother-in-law, not her ex-husband. So we figured we'll be back by the 26th. And then my buddy Rick, I'll send him back on the 28th to Seattle.
So you're taking a couple of weeks, it sounds like?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm being gone we're going to be gone for 16 days total. But it may be less than that, depending on how Rosemary's doing.
What you doing with your 4-legged baby?
She's staying in Tucson, and my best friend's I'm flying him down, and he's going to take care of him. He needs to do a lot of walking anyway. He just had his final knee replacement done, and he's all done with going to rehab. So I'll give him an opportunity to take Scarlett for a walk every morning. So.
Well, that sounds just absolutely lovely and wonderful and all that kind of stuff. And
So there may be 1 or 2 nights, 1 or 2 Saturday nights that I'm not going to be available. I'll let you know it. I know your heart will be broken.
We try to strive to be here for everybody all the time because, we just showed up lately and apparently people need to hear what we got to say and they like dependability, repeatability and all that. But we may have to take a geezer pause and then sometime in September, just to let it kind of simmer in the background. That way, the next show after the pause will have all kinds of more hooey in it. And speaking of hooey, I do have, I want to share with you guys and everybody in the chat that, and even those that will see the replay, because it is kind of amazing to me, at least, how many people actually watch the replay, which is like, that's great. But one of the things that we feel we had to do was to give back to everybody, give back to ourselves, give back to the people that check us out, come in and hang out and do the gaze with the geezers. So we went ahead and created a line of merch. And I'm going to share that with everybody here so they can see what you can get when you get on with the geezers. So this is Mindwear Apparel website, which is my site. I built this a couple of years ago. And Carol and I went down the path of trying to do some stuff this week, and I said, you know what, we need some geezer gear. So on the Geezer Gear page, we have some shirts, long sleeves, we got some hoodies, got a mouse pad, t-shirts, some drink wear, and some hats and long sleeves. And you can buy them right on the site. You can check out the different colors. And you have to select your... I like the charcoal gray. I actually have one of those in my for my Mindwear. And I want to bring to your attention, if you go and buy something, that you for tonight through Sunday night, if you enter the coupon code GETSOME, GETSOME, you get 10% off your order.
Oh my.
10% off geezer gear. Come on now.
You know what I'm saying?
Who doesn't like a senior citizens discount?
Right?
Exactly.
10%, all right? We have the Geezer Unisex Classic
I
tee.
like that.
It's one of my favorites. Actually, I kind of like them all.
Ooh.
We got the Geezer Geek mouse pad.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I like that too. I just looking down at mine. Yeah, I could use a new one.
Mm-hmm. And then the Geezer Geek Rocks Glass. It's 6-ounce little, put whatever your favorite beverage is in.
Get 6 of them. Get a complete set.
You can geeze out and have a complete geezer gear thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a heavy blend zipped hoodie.
Yeah, I like hoodies. I like hoodies and hats, if you can't tell.
Yeah. And we also have a stainless steel water bottle. The Geezer Geeks on it.
Very nice.
What do you think? We're downtown here.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's like top shelf.
This is the Unisex Classic tee. And you can, we've got large, extra large, 2XL, and 3XL available. And let's see what else we got here. Oh, I like this one too. This is the sweatshirt. And these are all Gildan, which are known for their consistent quality and nicely made stuff.
Yeah, Guild does a good job.
And I think that's it. Oh, can't forget the Geezer Geek mug.
Got to have a coffee mug.
And these are the smallest one's 11 ounce, but you can get a 15 and a 20 ounce too. I mean, these are serious mugs.
20 ounce. Man, if I drank coffee still, I'd be all over a 20 ounce cup. I love them
see-
big cups.
You see how the handle goes from the top all the way down to the bottom? I mean, it's not your normal coffee cup. It's you can put your fist in that thing. So, Geezer Geeks,
There you go.
we got gear. I
Very
really like
nice.
the maroon hat.
That really pops.
Yeah, it does.
That's cool.
The gray one's nice. The navy's nice. Normally, it doesn't come through as well on the navy. And then this is a charcoal gray. So, any comments in the chat? What do you guys think? Does this stuff look like something we would want to offer to you, to give back to you, to be loyal to the geeks and show your loyalty?
Sarah, yeah.
Sarah
Sarah
says
said,
what?
"What?"
No plaid?
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
No plaid? So, not only do we have Geezer Geeks, but I also got some Nexcast. Got the water bottle, the Nexus on it, and basically the same products. The only, I do have a wine tumbler here for the Nexus.
Yeah, that's sweet.
And then, of course, the Nexus mugs. Kind of liking those.
I just dropped a link for
What's that?
I just dropped a link for the Mindwear apparel shop.
Sweet. And then the Nexus hat as well. I don't know, there's something about that maroon. I normally I wouldn't wear that color hat, but something about that, I like it.
I just think it makes the embroidery pop out. Looks
Yeah.
really sweet.
I like that. I'm just looking through the site, and I like that Chiro Sounds shirt.
Oh, we haven't got there yet, because
That
that's
is-
the last
that's
one
an-
I'm going to share. There
That's an
is
awesome
officially,
emblem.
G, this is the official announcement, okay?
All
Are
right.
you ready there,
I'm hearing it.
trigger finger?
I'm ready.
There's a story behind that. So the Midwest Night Watchers, we've got. Oh, I really like this heather color here. Jane's Chiro Sounds.
That came out really well.
Yeah, I really like that logo. Yeah, it came out real clear too.
This is the indigo blue. We have the Chiro. No, Chiro Sounds mug.
Yeah, I like that. Raise your vibration.
And this is the same one that we had for the Geezers and the Nexus. You can go up to 20 ounces on this thing, and you can fill your ass up with this cup. There's also the Midwest Night Watchers sweatshirt.
That really looks cool. It's like the neon blue on blue.
Yeah, it
makes
kind of
that
pops out.
insignia. Yeah.
Looks like Iron Man's
Oh yeah,
Tony Stark kind of
it's
thing.
Power
going on.
Cell.
And the
Hi,
Midwest Night
paranormal
Watchers
pixie Laura.
stainless steel water bottle.
That looks cool on the black.
Yeah. Midwest Night Watchers unisex classic tee. Again, that's like right out of Stark. Or right off of Stark, I guess. Midwest Night Watchers denim hat. So this is the charcoal gray. This is the silver gray. Now this red one, I don't know. That's popping pretty nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
dude.
that one looks good.
But here's that maroon again. Sure liking that.
Yeah, it's something about that color.
Something about that color. I don't know what it is.
Now, did you tell everybody that the hats are all embroidered?
Oh yeah, those are embroidered hats. Those aren't painted or that's
yeah, no, they're the
embroidered.
nice ones. Yeah.
Midwest Night Watchers mug, same deal. Yep. 11 to 20 ounces. And let's see. Oh, Midwest Night Watchers wine tumbler. You need one of those when you're watching the Midwest Night Watchers.
That's
Fill
right.
that baby up.
Yeah, you need to fill it up while you're watching the overnight stream.
It's got the little slider opener here, so the lid, and then that slides, and so you can close the tumbler.
So if you tumble when you're drinking, you don't spill anything, right?
As long as you remember to close your little lip.
But it won't as much fall, not as much will fall out if you,
That's right.
even if you don't.
And
Let's see what
whichever
else we
site
got.
you order that wine tumbler, it's heavy duty construction. This is not a plastic.
No, it's stainless steel. Yeah, just like the water bottle.
What was that promo code again?
Get some, all one word, lowercase. GETSOME. This is the Night Owl Lounge unisex classic tee in maroon. I think we got one more here. Oh, yes. That sure pops out.
Yeah, it does.
That's in case Jay gets lost in the snow.
Well, he said he liked orange.
Well, look what I'm wearing tonight.
Yeah,
So yeah, he's got himself some orange on there.
Yeah, I like that.
I'd like to see. I'll have to get one with the neon blue on that. That'd really
Yeah, that
pop.
look-
That orange and the neon blue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that would probably look cool.
And the Night Owl mug.
Yeah, a collector set.
I like that.
There's only one place to get this stuff, folks.
Mindwear Apparel. Using promo code Get Some for 10% off until Sunday. Get some Geezer Geeks. Something like that.
Yeah.
So these are the this is the home page, and it has everything that combined across Geezer's, Nexus, and Midwest. So you can scroll through. Oh, did we show the Chiro unisex T-shirt?
I like that one. That one looks good.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that came out really sharp. They're all, I mean, I don't know how you choose. You have to buy one of everything, I guess. They all look so good.
Well,
Yeah.
that was kind of the idea. It was like we got a brand going down here.
Claudette wants to know, do they ship to Canada?
Yes.
International, even.
Ships International.
America ain't big enough for the Geezer Geeks. Kidding me?
And then here's some of the other stuff on the site. My Mind Tracks collection for the meditations. But you too, I think you're right, G. We need to put Midwest on one of these, on that orange.
Yeah. I think that'd look great.
That would just stand right out there. So, this is all one of a kind, folks. This is all original stuff. Original artwork. You can only get it here. And when you do get it, you support the Geezers, which is like we don't have any support right now. So this would be our first contributed support. And
Is it like child support? Alimony.
Daddy's got bills to pay.
Well, it's a great
Churro,
way.
Churro wants geezer shorts.
You know, it's a great way to support the channel and to support content creators and to support the people that you like. And yeah, if you guys are entertained and you like what you guys see, then yeah, support the Geezers.
What was that promo code again, Clay?
Use promo code GETSOME for 10% off until Sunday. Links in the chat.
So I hope you guys like that and can take advantage of it. I mean, first of all you Geezers, every one of us has got to get something out of Geezer store, and we have to wear it for our shows. Okay?
I'm already
I
looking.
don't care if it's a T-shirt or a hat, or don't give me this. Well, I got the mouse pad. And then point your camera at your mouse pad so you can support the Geezers. Well, enough of that shameless, selfless
We need
self-promotion.
we need a Geezer Geek mic cover. That way we can all put our mics up and have our logo right there.
That
Yeah.
would be cool. Geezer Geeks.
Yeah, where do the proceeds go towards more like assisted living? I thought that was from Sarah.
Yeah, future assisted living and hospice mostly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Where's that idiot from Perth at? I see him posting.
I see him in chat.
I don't know what his dealio is.
Oh,
He's
stickers
always
would be cool.
confused.
Maybe he doesn't want to talk to us anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll add stickers and like refrigerator magnets or something later.
Yeah, we wanted to have some stuff that at least I know I love me a good hat, especially from, something I support and that I like. Same thing with a shirt. I have my Pat Metheny and Chick Corea shirts from back in the 70s and 80s. And a couple of them I can get an arm in.
I bought
But a
stuff.
couple of them, I got the great big long sleeves that were ginormous, and I can still put those on.
I wanted a reminder from my old podcast, so I made me one. I bought me a Rock and Rabbit Holes
Nice.
mug because I wanted a reminder before it went away. So maybe one
That's
day
so
I'll bring that back.
Stickers for your cart. B, we're not going to answer your questions because you're not in here. You are invisible to us in the chat.
Yeah.
I'll block him. Hold on.
Block his ass. Put him
Oh,
in
yeah,
timeout.
that's a good idea. Yeah. He's on the wrong side of the world anyway. Oh, B, the USS Hawaii just arrived in Perth today from Honolulu. And so there's going to be a lot of crazy-ass sailors in downtown Perth chasing all the beautiful locals. He doesn't respond.
B is, I mean, he's MIA, and we're getting kind of used to it because we never know if he's going to show up, when he's going to show up.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, now, but all week long he clearly had nothing to do because he was all over Doc out there dropping Doc stuff.
No.
Because Doc got relaunched this week. I think last night he had the blue screen of death. So right when he started to stream, his computer took a shit. So I don't know if he made a show last night.
I've been going to bed early. I've had a
Sarah-
funeral this week, all kinds of stuff.
Sarah, there will be some Ethereum and Materium merch. I can guarantee you that. Because the Informatica line hasn't started yet. And that's coming because the book's in works. So I think we've done a fair amount of just foolery and bullshit and shameless promotion.
Killed an hour.
I hope everybody finds something on the store that you might like and becomes one of the first, if not the first, to actually own rare. You can only get it here, gear. You know, I always find that to be appealing to me. Oh, I've got one of the only ones of that? This is the only place they can... Yes, Sarah, I'm shilling.
I wanted to say real quick. It looks like most of the people are over on the Professor Bauer channel, but I want to say congratulations to you for breaking 500 subscribers. That was awesome.
I mean, I'm like, holy shit! It only took 12 years.
Because it's because of the extremely handsome old fucks that are on. That's why he's getting 500. There are that many desperate people out there.
Can't disagree with him there.
Well, the list of desperation and as it relates to people has grown by orders of magnitude over the last 5 years because of all of the fuckery that's been afoot and the fools that are shoving the fuckery all about. It's just, what are you going to do? And what do people do? They come in here and they either got to let it out or get it off. But they got to get in it to do either one.
Mr. B's going to have to hang out and chat tonight. He's hurting.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so let's move on to the second or the first of the shares, and we have to cover it simply because it's there and it is important, but covering it more for the just abject absurdity and hilarity that dropped down in Chicago this last week.
Sarah wants to know, do you have anything new besides normal complaining?
Oh, my.
Yeah, we have hilarity and observation. We have people going, what? But the very first thing, and where the hell is, oh, there it is. The very first thing, I saw this and I remembered it from a while back and I thought, is that not, where is it here? Where'd you go? There it is. Is this not an absolute perfect example of what we all are feeling right now?
Road Warriors.
Are you sure this ain't the opening to the Olympics?
Looks like a home
get-
movie from Mad Max.
Yeah.
It's a homemade 4K Mad Max remake, but with paintballs.
Better be careful. He might have a extremely wet exit from the cockpit.
That's how I feel in the morning.
That's kind of what Chicago looked like this last week.
For real.
Now you know why I'm playing it. Sarah Connor right there.
Yeah. Sarah Connor. There's only one left.
So these guys filmed this. The behind the scenes of how they did it is awesome. I mean, because they went after all of the stuff that needed to be done to make that happen. And let's see here. Isn't that a perfect example of kind of the way we feel every day? I mean,
Yeah,
to the
we
extreme,
brought it up.
but don't you feel like you're being chased by crazy people all the time?
We brought it up when Doc was on here about the Michael Douglas movie where he just wants to get home and be left alone. Everybody keeps bothering him. The further he went in, the more weapons he ended up getting by the time he got home.
Yeah.
I said, just leave me alone. I'm just passing through, trying to get home.
What was the name of the movie?
It is called Mad Max Go-Kart Pinball War
No,
4K.
I'm talking about the Michael Douglas.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Stand
drop the
alone
link in
or
the chat here.
something like that. Standing,
Falling Down.
falling down. There you go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just remember that too. So that's what that one was. But not only does that video give us a sense of, kind of what we're experiencing now, but I kind of felt like these guys, we might want to have these folks on Geezer Geeks.
That would be good.
Well, not
Heck
those
yeah.
folks, these folks.
Oh,
I got another one here. And I mean, I'm trying to figure out how we can get them and add them to our store.
Contestants have decked out in bright inflatable orange T-Rex costumes and sprinted down a racetrack in Seattle, because why not? In front of thousands of spectators, children and adults took part in a 100-metre dash known as the T-Rex World Championship Races. divided into a range of categories. Around 200 people participated in races. The annual race has been running since 2017.
I mean, come on. I would put one of those in the store, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
For
I
sure.
love those videos. I see them all the time where the T-Rex is mowing the grass, shoveling the snow.
Well, there's all kinds of races out there. There's one that it's like a go-kart, but there's no power to them, and these guys just build these unbelievably crazy-ass things, and they go down the dirt track, and they always crash into a bunch of bales of hay and then tip over and lose it. I mean, I just find a lot of joy, humor, and otherwise in folks that want to go out and get their geek on.
That's right.
But speaking of the geeks, now let's cover some of this, the shit show in Chicago.
You're right, Sarah. Shoveling would be hard with teeny tiny arms. You know what else would be hard for dinosaurs, especially T-Rexes? Trying to get the socks out of the bottom of the washer.
That's a short people problem.
Couldn't do it.
So, the shit show in Chicago. Let's kind of run through. I've got some observations from other people that I think just kind of sum it up, but there's different perspectives. So let's just kind of roll through them. We'll talk about them a little bit. Then we'll get to the juicy stuff. And by the way, how's the sound over there, gents? I haven't heard anybody complain.
Sounds good.
Sounds okay?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
audio's good. The video's lagging, but the audio's good.
Okay. I would expect that. But one of the things that happened, they kept Joe till the end of the night on his exit, and we don't see much of Joe anymore. But boy, was he one pissed off, get off my fucking lawn, yelling at the clouds guy. And our friend Mark Dice covers it.
See or hear from Joe Biden again, because the Democrat Party has washed their hands of him and sent him off into the sunset to retire. The Democratic National Convention kicked off yesterday, and as a courtesy, since they stole the nomination from him, they gave him a speaking slot at nearly midnight, where he aired his same old grievances and spread the same old lies about Donald Trump that he and the Democrats and the liberal media have been spewing for 4 years.
And Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides." My God. That's what he said.
Not a joke.
That is what he said and what he meant.
Come on, man. As usual, he did yell throughout most of the speech and have a couple Freudian slips and stumbled over his words quite a bit, like admitting the obvious Democrat plan here.
Tom and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration.
Strengthening illegal immigration. We know. Would you like to embarrass yourself one last time in front of a national audience, sir, before the Democrat Party is completely finished with you?
Women are not without electrical, not allowed, not without electoral.
Electrical?
The whole convention is extremely bizarre because it was just about a month ago that old Joe sounded like this.
Well, guess what? They're trying to push me out of the race. No! Well, let me say this as clearly as I can. I'm staying in the race.
Who's the they, Joe? It certainly isn't Republicans. We wanted you to stay in. At one point during his speech, the chant, "We love Joe," broke out, and a brilliant cameraman captured Nasty Pelosi looking extremely uncomfortable and mouthing the words along with the crowd, trying not to look guilty as hell.
Yeah.
Jake Tapeworm over at the Clown News Network, who surprisingly a couple times a year actually does seem like a real journalist. Brooke Glock is right twice a day, and he did confront Nasty Pelosi about her, well, I mean, participating in the coup, although he didn't put it like that, but listen.
What?
You know what? She's already getting uncomfortable.
Have you talked
I
to
have
him?
to
Is my
do
only
what I have to do.
Right.
He made the decision for the country. My concern was not about the president, it was about his campaign.
Her concern wasn't about old Joe. It was just his campaign was being mismanaged. So they needed to replace him instead of his campaign managers. The Democrats issued an official apology, also known as a land acknowledgement for the convention, where they noted that the Democratic National Committee wishes to acknowledge that we gathered together to state our values on lands that have been stewarded throughout many centuries by the ancestors and descendants of the tribal nations who have been here since time immemorial. Blah, blah, blah. We're sorry. The white man is bad. They took it from the Indians. Ooh, I'm sorry, the Native Americans. And thank God they did, because what a fantastic country they built until the Marxists have now virtually destroyed it. But you get my point. The whole thing was intolerable. And you guys help me one, because you know that I watch CNN, so that you don't have to, because you definitely don't want to see the first gentleman, Kamala Harris's husband, Doug, cozying up with his daughter there. I don't know what he's doing with his hand down there by her belt, and I don't want it. There was also plenty of projection, the Democrats accusing Republicans of the exact same thing that they themselves are guilty of, as usual.
Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force.
You mean, and then raid the home of Joe Biden, just like the Biden Justice Department had done to him? January 6th committee member Jamie Ratskin had a slight teleprompter malfunction.
Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution
Somebody should have told me that Hillary Clinton was speaking last night, because then I probably wouldn't have tuned in, and I will spare you even a split second of her speech. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was fairly entertaining, however, doing her best impersonation of a black preacher.
And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
May I remind you that the big television networks, all of them, ABC, NBC, and CBS, interrupt their regularly scheduled programming to subject the American people to the Democratic National Convention, where they got to see nonsense like this. Here's the United Auto Workers president.
Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk.
Yay!
Look at all the women in there.
Wait for it.
In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here.
Actually, sir, or whatever your preferred pronouns are, Hulk Hogan did it better.
When they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trump-a-mania run wild, brother. Let Trump-a-mania rule again. Let Trump-a-mania make America great again.
That's correct, Hulk. And that little stunt was the inspiration for my new Trump-a-mania shirt, which you should order from my online store at markdice.com or click the link in the description.
So what did you guys think of Mark's little review of the convention?
Well, I didn't watch the convention at all. Even I saw some outtakes of it, and I would be embarrassed to say that I was there if I had gone. I mean, it was the most. And you look at some of the shots when they looked at the entire auditorium, it was only about 20% full. I don't know.
Well,
what time,
yeah,
I don't know
but
what time of day
when they had the main events, that thing was packed.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
they had gotten every fucking cat lady in a 10-state
Yeah.
region to show up. Because if you looked at the audience, and that's I made that comment when Mark was showing that one piece, the majority of the people in that convention hall were women. I bet it was 60+% women, and they did not look like very nice or healthy women. They looked like they were kind of pissed off, ticked off, and had too many tea pills. I don't know, and here's yet another, and that's why, Jim, I'm glad you said you didn't watch any of it. I didn't watch any of it either, so we're just kind of doing a little quick recap here. Here's another one of one of the folks that was there, and this is I hope you're seeing the same theme that I'm seeing. They're always complaining while they're trying to say, "Oh, don't you feel the joy?" This campaign. I mean, they went from Hitler to weird. They couldn't capitalize on creepy because they brought that themselves. And now it's like it's all this joy shit. It's like, okay, so I mean, just look at that picture there.
There isn't a bit of joy visible anywhere in that photo.
Look, every one of these people. He doesn't look well. I think her meds are either kicking in or kicking off. She took something, I'm not sure. She's wondering, why am I here, and are they taking pictures of me? This guy's checking somebody out. These two both are checking. They might be together. I mean, she's going, what's going on over there? And she's not even sure what she's looking at and if she likes it or not. I mean, is that being judgmental? Abso-fucking-lutely. Is it also being observational?
Yep.
Yeah. You see something different? What do you guys see? I mean, it's kind of weird. But anyway, let's go on to Randy Weingarten. I think that's who this is. Yeah. This is the head of the education system. And people have some questions about that kind of stuff.
I'm Randy Weingarten, the president of the AFT and a public school teacher. One of my first lessons I taught my students was about the social contract, how both individual freedoms and mutual responsibility are essential in our democracy. This covenant underlies our commitment to public schools, where educators prepare students to spark innovations, steward the environment, create our arts, and shape our democracy. Now, one of the first lessons my students taught me was you gotta walk the walk. That means
The student taught you that?
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance can't claim they're pro-child while gutting funding for public schools. That means that being pro-family means we support access to good union jobs, affordable housing, healthcare, and higher education.
I've seen the
That's
affordable
what
housing.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for, and we are all in. They've spent their lives making the promise of America real in the classroom and the courtroom.
Well,
That's about as hyperbolic as I think you can get.
When the Department of Education, just before it was created, we were in the top 5% in the world as far as educating our children. Now we're in the bottom 5%. And hopefully President Trump assuming he's elected. He's already said he's going to eliminate the Department of Education. And one thing that JFK said or did, he allowed government workers and anybody working for state, federal, or municipal municipalities to unionize. Before that, it was against the law. And all he has to do is rescind that executive order, which was back in the early 60s. And that would eliminate all government unions. You can't fire the son of bitches no matter what. You listen to this woman who's the head of the Department of Education or the teachers union. This is a constitutional republic, not a democracy. And there's a big, big difference in the two, between the two. And I hope they just all get burnt. I really do. Here in Arizona, they have Red for Ed, and they'll go downtown and they're all out there protesting. They're all fat. Most of them are lesbians or want to be lesbians.
Hey, I'm a lesbian.
I am too. I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body, and I can't help it. I've been fighting it for 79 years. It still bothers me.
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but I'm sweet and pure. I don't want to have any evil thoughts or whatever running through my head. But today's kids can't read. They can't write. Go find a resume from some 20-year-old or mid-20s. Unless they use some type of AI to make sure that it makes sense and it flows properly and it has the proper tense and punctuation, it's good. What was that? Did you get a white flash?
You did.
You did.
Yeah, I did. I don't know what the hell that was.
I think that was one of the three-letter agencies taking a new snapshot of your face.
Yep.
Fuck 'em, they
They
know
just
who I
hit
am.
the record button. Go ahead.
Hey, back in the mid '80s, I got a call from a buddy of mine in the middle of the night. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. He says, Jim, this is Marty, and he's working at the MITRE Corporation. He's working mid-shift. I said, what the hell are you calling me 3 o'clock in the morning? He said, yeah, I just got a call from Gene Yost. He's a grunt. He's a captain, Air Force captain. He's a grunt at Joint Chiefs, and General John Vesey is heading to Minnesota next week, and he wheeled in a cart of everything he should be aware of when he's in the state of Minnesota. And there was a file that was 4 inches thick that said James C. Goodall. But Vesey's also the same guy who said, those of us in Joint Chiefs would like to have, he's talking to my boss, Brigadier General John Broman. He said, we get a big kick out of your Sergeant Goodall. We've given him a nickname, and we call him Agent Orange. He said, a lot of the younger officers would like to have him whacked, but we're not going to let that happen. But those of us who have been around for a while, we enjoy your Sergeant Goodall. And that just tickled the hell out of me. When the chairman of the Joint Chiefs knows who I am, that's pretty amazing.
As long as it's for a good reason and not for a reason that you're on his radar.
Well, I've been on a lot of people's radars, so.
Speaking of Agent Orange, G, what did you think of the recaps there? I mean, that woman, what's her name? Randy Weingarten. I mean, that's the woman's the head of the Association of Federation of Teachers, I think it is.
Right.
She's the top dog up there somewhere.
Or the NEA, National Education Association, or
yeah, she's the one teaching
but
crap.
what do you think, G? Do you think she's a good person to head up a public education system that has clearly been in constant decline for decades? Does she look like a change agent to you?
No.
You know, they're all DEI hires. I mean, every single one of them they've ever implemented to try to make everything possible around children, around anything politicized to be woke. And look how far we went. You know, I loved all the highlights. I mean, I've seen all of them through the week. The only one I saw that you were missing so far was when California passed on the nomination for Kamala.
Yeah, there's all kinds of just. It's amazing the amount of professional persuasion that they have packaged and delivered through their show, because essentially it's the same thing that just happened a few weeks ago for Trump and that group. But holy shit, there was nothing but anger. Everybody was pissed, and they kept going on and on. Clay, we were talking about this before the show, about how many times Trump's name was mentioned.
Mhm.
I know that I think it was 51 just in Kamala's speech, or well, I don't know how you say your name. Kumquat. I can say that easy. In her speech alone. They all talked about the past like we just got done through 4 years of Trump. I was like, what's going on here?
Well, I mean, they don't have that administration that's coming to an end, the Biden administration. They haven't accomplished anything other than to destroy the country.
Yep.
I've
got Clay. You got anything to add? I've got one more piece to play here as a
Just
review
that
on this thing.
I believe that some funding should be not necessarily taken from the education system, but moved around a bit. I think, it's my opinion, some of the older things should be brought back into schools, like home economics and wood shop, things that actually taught kids practical, everyday tools.
Auto shop, and we had wood shop, we had metal shop.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be a start to get you into the trades, to get you, see if you're interested, to give you some skills to go out and get, whether you go into the trades program or not, to try to get you educated for life, for everyday things. I mean, you know, how many times you fix stuff around the house that you have to have carpentry or maybe a little electrical or a little plumbing or whatever. They need to educate these kids on stuff like that. And my kids even grew up, we had to teach them how to do a checkbook and, registers. Like, they didn't have a clue. They didn't say anything about that in economics or any of the classes in high school.
Yeah, I learned how to do a checkbook in school, all of that.
How to fill out a job application, how to put together a resume. They don't know. They don't know a thing.
Can't start a push mower.
They're as stupid now as far as their overall intelligence. We're talking about today's kids, as they were. I mean, as a newborn has as much knowledge of the world as today's kids. They don't know anything. They haven't learned anything. They don't know how to think.
Trades in high school in Canada, Claudette says. That's awesome. They took it out of our high schools here in America like a long time ago. I don't know. There may be sporadic schools around that have them, but I don't think so. I think the Board of Education takes care of all the curriculum, right?
Right.
Well, one of the things that I didn't mention when we went around the horn on who's got what going on. I've got a conversation on the Nexus with Heidi next Tuesday night. It will premiere. And we were talking about this precise thing, about what should education look like, and it has to be individually focused, not this collective herd of getting the stamp on the head that you've gone through the system and you didn't clog it up or get spit out somewhere on the manufacturing line. And that is focused on being able to let the individual focus on that. What is it that the kid resonates with? Some are going to want to do music, totally into it. Some are going to totally dive into science. Some are going to go into engineering. Some are going to have this proclivity for just doing massive amounts of math and calculating shit. Some are going to be incredible artists.
And some are
you
going
need
to be
to find out
homeless.
what that is as soon as the kid is able to start absorbing it. And this happens actually in the womb, but once they're out and they start mucking about and getting their mobility and doing their thing, you need to see what it is that they gravitate to, that they resonate with, and let them learn through that. And thank God for music, because you can learn everything just by learning music. Math, science, language, everything that you can, language, you can learn everything if you go down the musical path. And you don't have to play a guitar, play a piano, or blow a bassoon or anything. You can just beat on something. You can write rhythmically. I mean, it's there's so much. But anyway, I think that's something we may want to get into on maybe after we get through this, because here's the last piece. I'll see you, B. I'll bring you right in after this. Let's see. So this is, I think, a fairly excellent review. Whoop, hold it. Wrong one. Let me go to this one here. Yes. Oh, and by the way, did you guys see where on Fox they were covering I think it was a rally, a Trump rally, and they cut Trump off because Gutfeld was starting the show, so they cut off the Trump segment and started the Gutfeld show, and Greg, said, "Hey, we're sorry we had to do that to you. Call me," and Trump called him live on the show.
I saw that. Yeah, that was great.
It was like Tyrus the next day on the 5 said, "Greg's done. That was the highlight of his life. That's why he's not here. He's checked out. He's done." It was, that stuff doesn't happen. But here's a recap on for the whole week. What stuff we looked at was the first few nights. This is the final review that I think has got some merit.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to a very, very special edition of Gutfeld. I'm Tom Shalhoub, filling in for Greg. Let's welcome tonight's guest. He likes to spend Saturday afternoons patting himself down. Former NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor Paul Morrow. His act generates more sympathy than world hunger. Comedian Adam Hunter. Pregnancy has made her take up a new hobby, eating. New York Times bestselling author and Fox News contributor Captain. And he water skis on humpback whales. New York Times best-selling author, comedian, former NWA was Okay, before we get to some news stories, let's do this.
Greg's Leftovers.
Yes, it's Leftovers, where I read the jokes we didn't use this week. And as always, it's my first time reading them. So if they suck, let Joe Mackey be Kamala's new speechwriter. Kamala Harris officially got the nomination last night. You know how it works. When a candidate has enough delegates, he or she gets the nomination. The same way they select a girlfriend for Tom Cruise. Kamala Harris accepted the nomination on behalf of the people, specifically the 14 million people who didn't vote for her. People accused the DNC of leaking that Beyonce was performing to get people to watch. That is a new low, if true. By the way, catch Elvis Presley on Monday's Gutfeld. Yeah. TMZ owned up to falsely reporting on Beyonce's appearance. They should stick to reporting on famous people's drunk driving arrests, like Tim Walz. Jana Bash claimed the DNC is trying to appeal to men that aren't testosterone-laden with Tim Walz and Doug Emhoff, causing organizers to wonder why she left out Randy Weingarten. A new study said 60% of supermarket baby foods are unhealthy. Wait, I'm going to have to feed it? Send one woman? Nicolas Cage will portray the late John Madden in an upcoming biopic. To achieve the right look for the role, he's currently working with a personal trainer. You saw that coming. In what's being described as a verbal gaffe, New York Mayor Eric Adams said he's a good mayor because of his ability to, quote, sexualize and stay focused, which would make him an excellent New York City school teacher. A Connecticut woman has earned a Guinness World Record by having 99% of her body tattooed. We would show you her whole face, but she doesn't like to draw attention to herself. While walking in Chicago this week, a delegate from Texas was robbed at gunpoint, but in Chicago, that's just how they say hello. Nancy Pelosi spoke at the convention this week. She took credit for creating 1,200 jobs for plastic surgeons. Now to the news. Will the DNC's fluff help Harris enough? Now that the DNC is over and libs are basking in the glow of empty nothingness, we'd like to recap some of the lowlights from the week. But because I'm feeling generous, I'm going to spare you the clips of Kamala Harris. First up, Dr. Jill. She tried to rewrite her husband's history.
And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris.
Really? Is that how you remember it? That's like saying Lincoln quit on the advice of his doctors. As I recall it, Joe was flung out of Air Force One without a parachute. And as for the woman who threw him out, old Nancy looked less than thrilled during a "We Love Joe" chant when the camera cut to her. And who could blame her? Stabbing someone in the back is draining. Really takes it out of you. Just ask the Obamas. Meanwhile, here's one woman who's got the energy of a coked up hamster.
Next week, we got to go back to working the way we work for a collective bargaining contract.
This is hilarious.
That way we work for anything that is important to us. Any of the things that are important every single day, we need to fight to get Kamala Harris and Tim Walz elected. Yeah. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm not ready! And who could forget this wisecrack from former President Obama?
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
What's this mean, Barack? It can't be a childish insult, could it? Of course, it wouldn't have been a week to remember without Biden losing the battle with the teleprompter.
The United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power.
You know, I think that was an insult to women with electrical power. And finally, let's not forget that during the DNC, a star was born.
Is on fire. We don't ask about the homeowners. religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No, we just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady,
Poor cat lady. She never stood a chance when cable news showed her on camera. We here at Fox didn't, but we wish you well, cat lady. Just don't let your cats vote. All right, here we go. Let's do some news, right?
That was something.
He's here. Oh, shit. There goes the neighborhood.
Yeah, well, actually, guys, I saw you guys having fun, and I thought, I can't have this.
What happened to your neck?
So you thought you'd come in and crash the party, huh?
Yeah.
What are you, a Democrat?
Yeah, well, look, I hate to see you guys having fun, you know. I thought I'd come in, I'll be the thorn in your ass, you know what I mean? No, look, guys, look, I must apologise. I've had a real crap night last night. I got a really bad dose of what they call neuralgia caused by my neck. All the nerve pains on going over, and it's kind of blinding me at the moment. So,
Oh.
but I'm taking my medication.
Oh, shit. We know what kind of show this is going to be.
Nothing like a little alcohol and some
Good old
humor to
number
get you
7,
feeling
mate.
better.
Hey, topped up with a few painkillers, you know. Yes, I'm all right, mate. I'll survive. I'm sorry, but it is fashionable to be late, you know, guys. You know what I mean?
Well, it's also
in your face, too, Jim.
it's also a pain in the
Jim,
ass.
No, I am a pain in the ass. You know
You are a
that.
pain in the ass.
Yeah.
That's why we love
Yeah,
you.
I am. I know. My wife keeps telling me that. Hey, g'day, Gerald. Hey, Gerald, I should say. How you going, mate?
Good. How are you?
So Gerald never insults me.
Gerald's
He's
the only one who
he's a
doesn't
gentleman,
insult
that
you.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So I'm being daddy cool today because look at the bags in my eyes, mate. I mean, God, mate, they look like Gene Audrey saddlebags.
Yeah, we didn't need to see that.
Oh, I know.
I mean, keep that down under, would you?
You mean
So,
keep it in my face? Okay, fair enough.
So, B, I'm not sure how much of it you caught, but we just finished
I've been catching
covering
all of it,
the.
mate.
Okay, so we just finished covering the election, the current political stuff, the most recent events. We're not going to bother with the
Usual
assassination
circus.
attempt. Can you guys do you guys realize it's been like 5 weeks ago since Trump was shot? It's only 5 weeks.
Disappeared off of the
It's just
mainstream.
poof.
Yeah. And I can't believe how Kamala Harris is really kind of charging the lead, you know? I mean, I think that's a load of bullshit. I think
Was
that's
it
just media.
Elon had a poll on X. There was 6.5 million people responded, and it was Trump like 78%, and Kumquat was down at 28, 26% or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's
every
amazing. I mean, have you ever?
and there's
Well,
there-
B, that's why I played these clips, because we could sit here and go on about how much bullshit that we saw. I didn't watch any of it, so I had to rely on other people's summaries of show me the best parts, the stuff that's that I didn't bother watching that you did, like Mark Dice does and Gutfeld, and but there's a general theme in this, which is a bunch of just complete fakery, foolery, and a bunch of projection of bullshit, and a deflection from any substance. And outside of that, you just throw in all the individual clowns and all of the individual shows that they put on. Yeah, I didn't pull up the clip of Pelosi, something falling out of her pants on the way to the podium. There's more across the board of just what the fuck was that, and you have to be emotionally attached to it in order to have enjoyed it, let alone be there and participate. One of the funny things was both Big Mike and Oprah were up there with the same message, which is, people who've got a lot have got to be willing to give a piece, spread a piece, right? So you got
Right.
one woman worth 70 million, or Mikey worth 70 million. You got Oprah worth 3 billion, and they're saying don't trust billionaires or rich people. It's like, are you
I'd
paying
say-
attention
Rob.
to the connection here that you're missing?
Right.
Yeah, do you know what, Robert? In Australia, mate. I mean, I've had people say to me, what is it? What's happening in America? Your business? No, I mean, listen. What happens in American politics affects Australia dramatically because we are such tight allies. We really are.
Well, no, you're
mean-
basically a cul-de-sac on one of our colonies.
Yeah. We're virtually more. Yeah, we're virtually another state. You know what I mean? To be honest with you.
That's where the Crown sent all their criminals and lowlifes.
Yeah.
And I just heard,
named it,
and B, I just heard this guy was interviewing. I just heard this guy was interviewing for a visa to get into Australia, and the immigration guy asked him, "Do you have a criminal record?" And the guy replied, "Why? Is that still needed?"
That was good.
I like it. But look, getting down to the nitty gritty here, you know, I mean, I hate to be in America because you guys kind of be bombarded with all this three-ring circus bullshit constantly. It must be. And I can actually see it from an outsider looking in. They are deliberately, in the United States, causing division amongst people. You know, it's like you're either with us or you're against us, you know, type this really kind of, it's like
It's
a
a small percentage.
Yeah.
That hate everybody, especially if you're conservative but I'm white.
From an outsider looking in, it looks freaking dangerous, you know, freaky.
It's because the deep state media they won't show the stuff that really shows what the left is really doing to this country. If someone of conservative leaning does something, it's going to be splashed all over the place. When they're talking about such and such senators under investigation, if it has no party affiliation attached to when he says the senator, it's the Democrats because Republican senator so and so. That's how it would read.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question? Do you
Hey,
have,
B,
do you guys
B,
have a
can,
housing
B,
shortage?
B, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, I'll sit back.
Yep.
I'll sit,
Please don't lean in. Go ahead.
Okay, do you guys have a problem in America with a housing shortage?
Housing shortages?
They say there is, but
No.
they're trying to. That's why they're building all this affordable housing.
They've been doing that for.
Hold on. Affordable housing.
Yeah.
In Australia, we have a housing shortage. Now, we've now seen kind of a normal 4-bedroom house now going out to get this rental, $630 a week. A week.
It's about
Right.
for how many bedrooms?
And I mean, 4.
That's
Well,
about
that's
comparable.
That's Australian, so it's like 400 or something.
Well,
US.
here, let's see, American for this is a 2-bedroom apartment, and we pay.
I had a
1800?
500 square foot studio,
And
and that included
is that a week or a month?
That's a
Yeah.
month, $1,800 a
and
month.
the
that's,
500 square feet included the kitchen, the shower, the closet, everything else. I mean, it was wall to wall measurement. I was paying $1,800 a month and $250 to park. And thank God, I had a car, but I also had a motorcycle that can go in between cars. But and I got a deal on it, and that was 2009 when I signed the lease. But
So I live in a 5-bedroom house. And it's got an office, and it's a mortgage. I actually, look, I'll be honest with you, I live in I've got houses over in the Philippines, and I've got stuff everywhere. But point is, I live with my daughter because of my age, and my wife, but the house, this house, I mean, it's got a lot of space, but it only costs $400,000. But now the same house, you want to buy it, you're looking at $750,000, $800,000. It's bloody ridiculous. The way they create the shortage to up the market price. And it's disgusting. And it's a political move. It is a political move. It has a lot to do with the economy. It has to do with a lot of bloody things. But the way I see things at the moment.
Speaking of shortages, I was just wondering, can't the Democrats get that lady a stool to stand on?
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah, she looked like she was on a trampoline, one of those little small ones,
She looked like a dog jumping up at the counter trying to get something. Can you see me?
But the funny thing is, you've got to have affordable housing. I mean, the only way you're going to get people off the streets in the US or in any country is to provide cheap accommodation. Now, what do? Send them all off to friggin' China because they got all these buildings over in China, which they're now demolishing because they can't put people in them. I mean, well, I don't know. I mean,
well, I don't know where you're going with this, but there's no shortages in the U.S. I mean, I've never had a problem getting an apartment or a house either way.
Basically, what I'm actually working towards, Carol, is that with all these homeless people, they will concentrate more money on sending money to the Ukraine instead of providing shelter for the homeless people.
Well, I'm going to stop you right. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you right there, B. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop you right there. The homeless situation is much more nuanced than the general thing that people are out there because they can't find a place to live. The majority of people that are homeless want to be that way. And putting them up and giving them some kind of accommodations, it's not going to do them any good because that's not the majority of people. And there's a fair amount of addicts, and of course there are people that have lost whatever through whatever. But a lot of the people, the majority of them, especially the ones that you see on the streets, especially the ones you see on the streets in the big cities, they're there because they can use that big city environment to be homeless. And so you can't throw a generalization at it that it's because there's not enough places to live. Just what G just said. I never have had a problem finding a place. Has it been tight because I want a certain kind of place? Yes, in different places. I had a 5,000 square foot house in Georgia before I moved here, and it was 3.5 levels. It was contemporary. I had built my studio in the bottom, and I paid $140,000 for that in 1994. That same house, and I had a lake in the back. That same house in California, that size and that situation was $1.2 million. The only difference is the location.
Yeah.
And those are all other things that you have to take into consideration. But that takes me to the next piece that I want to share, and I think it kind of sums up the political, the social justice thing that B gets stuck in his bonnet.
He's a fucking Aussie. Ignore him.
The whole bullshit about the narrative and
you.
the whole bullshit about what's in the narrative and the conversation. There's one man, there's one legend that has called it out, put it all together, and made complete sense out of it. And that man is going to speak now.
I feel a Carlin coming on.
Oh, damn, you're good. I must have milked that intro just right. Let's see what old George, Master Carlin. George was a geezer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what an early geezer has to say about all of these things.
Now, there's one thing you might have noticed I don't complain about. Politicians. Everybody complains about politicians. Everybody says they suck. Yeah. Well, where do people think these politicians come from? They don't fall out of the sky. They don't pass through a membrane from another reality. They come from American parents and American families, American homes, American schools, American churches, American businesses, and American universities, and they're elected by American citizens. This is the best we can do, folks. This is what we have to offer. It's what our system produces. Garbage in, garbage out. If you have selfish, ignorant citizens, you're going to get selfish, ignorant leaders. The term limits ain't going to do you any good. You're just going to wind up with a brand new bunch of selfish, ignorant Americans. So maybe it's not the politicians who suck. Maybe something else sucks around here, like the public. Yeah, the public sucks. There's a nice campaign slogan for somebody. The public sucks. Fuck hope. Fuck hope. Because if it's really just the fault of these politicians, then where are all the other bright people of conscience? Where are all the bright, honest, intelligent Americans ready to step in and save the nation and lead the way? We don't have people like that in this country. Everybody's at the mall, scratching his ass, picking his nose, taking his credit card out of his fanny pack and buying a pair of sneakers with lights in them. So I have solved this little political dilemma for myself in a very simple way. On election day, I stay home. I don't vote. Fuck them. Fuck them. I don't vote. Two reasons I don't vote. First of all, it's meaningless. This country was bought and sold and paid for a long time ago. The shit they shuffle around every 4 years doesn't mean a fucking thing. And secondly, I don't vote because I believe if you vote, you have no right to complain. People like to twist that around. I know. They say, well, if you don't vote, you have no right to complain. But where's the logic in that? If you vote, and you elect dishonest, incompetent people, and they get into office and screw everything up, well, you are responsible for what they have done. You caused the problem. You voted them in. You have no right to complain. I, on the other hand, who in fact did not even leave the house on election day, I'm in no way responsible for what these people have done and have every right to complain as loud as I want about the mess you created that I had nothing to do with. So I know that a little later on this year, you're going to have another one of those really swell presidential elections that you like so much. You'll enjoy yourselves. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm sure as soon as the election is over, your country will improve immediately. As for me, I'll be home on that day doing essentially the same thing as you. The only difference is when I get finished masturbating, I'm going to have a little something to show for it, folks. But if you talk to one of them about this, if you isolate one of them, you sit them down rationally, you talk to them about the low IQs and the dumb behavior and the bad decisions, right away they start talking about education. That's the big answer to everything. Education. They say we need more money for education. We need more books, more teachers, more classrooms, more schools. We need more testing for the kids. You say to them, well, we've tried all of that and the kids still can't pass the test. He says, don't you worry about that. We're going to lower the passing grades. And that's what they do in a lot of these schools now. They lower the passing grades so more kids can pass. More kids pass, the school looks good, everybody's happy, the IQ of the country slips another 2 or 3 points, and pretty soon all you'll need to get into college is a fucking pencil. Got a pencil? Get the fuck in there, it's physics. Then everyone wonders why 17 other countries graduate more scientists than we do. Education. Politicians know that word. They use it on you. Politicians have traditionally hidden behind 3 things: the flag, the Bible, and children. No child left behind. No child left behind. Oh, really? Well, it wasn't long ago you were talking about giving kids a head start. Head start, left behind. Someone's losing fucking ground here. But there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back, so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later, because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long, when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Yeah. You know? And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Yep. He ain't lying.
So, gentlemen, what was your take on George?
I had a chance to. I ran into him at the airport at LAX here years ago, and he was pretty much the same person you're going to see. If he's doing stand up or doing on a talk show or whatever. It was very nice, but I've always loved his humor. He stopped at, didn't he start out as the hippy dippy weatherman? That was his beginning. And I like him. And then there's also another one that he fell off the face of the earth. I don't know if he's still alive. It's Dennis Miller.
Yeah, Dennis is still out there. Yeah.
I don't. I've lost track of where he's at, but I love his view of all sides of an argument, and he always makes sense. Of course, he and I lean the same way politically.
So he kind of nailed that turnaround on that. Well, you can't complain if you don't vote.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you have it backwards. It's like that's the kind of rethinking that people are starting to get a big dose of. Not to say anything about the group here who is constantly pushing on, hey, are you thinking about that proper like? Did you see that? And did you see this? Yeah, Clay, right.
See that?
Right there.
Yeah, you see that?
Did you see that? So let's exit the political thing, because I have some stuff queued up here that I want to watch some faces go. Did you see that too?
Can you wait 1 minute? I rented some water and now I have to give it back.
Oh
So-
yeah, there you go. You go right ahead. I'll hold off till you get back.
Let's say, don't we have a poll or anything? Can anybody in the chat vote tonight? What's going on?
I can't.
Right, in my opinion.
Wait a minute.
Opinion, my friend.
I can, yes.
In my opinion, Robert, I reckon he was a visionary. He could see the shit that was happening. You couldn't create a show like that if it wasn't real, that people can't relate to. I reckon this guy was an empath. He saw this shit and he knew that's what they're putting up, we're putting up with. And he put it out there. Yes, it sounded funny, but the reality of it is there's truth behind every word he said.
Well, especially, being as big a star as he was, he got to see, behind the scenes of Hollywood, so he knows.
Exactly.
He knows how it works.
And he profited on it because he knew it was real. He knew it would it would trigger buttons,
Lovey Love, welcome in. And yes, Claudette, yeah, back when George said that, yeah, humanity was definitely oblivious to the truth.
G'day, Claudette.
Okay, we got a poll incoming because this is going to be the next thing we're going to close this segment off with. And yeah, I'm kind of seeing the trend here. So Jim hopefully will be back here in a second. I'll start it and we can let him finish it. What are the thoughts, as I've got in the poll, what are the thoughts of the Kennedy-Trump alliance that happened yesterday as far as an impact? Do you think it was a big deal, not so big deal, or do you think that it was somewhere in the middle? What do you think, Clay?
I don't know. Hard to say.
Thank you.
Honestly, don't even know what to think about it. There's so much going on right now. It's a political circus. And
it is 3-ring one like that.
Yeah. It's hard to keep shit straight for sure.
Okay, so basically your thought is that it's kind of there, but it's just another act in the play, and this curtain will close and another one will open.
Yeah, right. Exit stage left, Scene 3 starts here soon.
All right. Jim, what are your thoughts on the Kennedy-Trump alliance? Was it a big deal, not a big deal, or just as Clay said, it's just another act in the play?
I think the left had to go change their depends. I think they just shit. I didn't think they were going to keep the guy and force him out, but I don't think they thought in a million years that he would go over to the other side. The one that really loved this country and want to protect it and keep it from being turned into a socialist state. That's where we're heading.
So you think it had an impact in the poll? It was which did it benefit or boost, the left or the right? The poll right now is 89% say the right got a boost and 11% are saying the left got a boost. So
that's about. I would say that's a fairly accurate ratio.
Gee, what do you think?
I think typically you would look at it if Kennedy would have stayed in, he would have split or take away some of it from the Democratic Party. So hopefully he can take his followers and bring it to Trump. So I think it should help Trump.
I mean, he's in the states where there are strong Republicans, he has dropped out of the race. In races where it's sort of a toss-up, and a third-party candidate like he is could take some away. I think because of the way the Democrat Party did everything they could to destroy him and to keep him off the ballot, because they had their agenda. What was that? Oh, just destroy this once.
I didn't even know who Jim Vance was until he became his running mate.
I had no idea who Tim Walz was. It was like, who's this guy? I'd never heard of him. And, you know, I always, and we all do this, I always, when I meet somebody or I interact with them, I'm checking on vibe, right? I'm saying, what kind of vibe am I getting? The only reason that, you know, we're together is, and we have to do it online, is because if we were in the same room, we'd probably choke each other. So it's better to, you guys missed it. Did it go right by you? So, but I always go with the vibe. What's the vibe? You know, how does this make me feel? Am I resonating one way or the other with it? I look at that Tim Walz dude, and I'd never seen him. I didn't even know anything about him, but I looked at him, but there's something with that dude. I don't know. Don't feel right, or at least it feels definitely more left, as it turns out.
Don't get riled up, lovey love.
The thing that the Democrats are having a problem with is Kennedy didn't back down and didn't just put his tail between his legs, say, okay, whatever you guys want, and fall right in line. He says, no, I have the name that has forever been associated with the Democrat parties, you know, with the Kennedys through the whole history of political on the Democrat side. And for him to actually go over and support somebody who he didn't support earlier and say, hey, I'm taking my toys and I'm heading over here, guys. What do you think of that? I think that shook him up. It's like, you know, uh-oh, somebody's actually standing up to us. They're not following in line.
Seemed to me like it just sucked the oxygen right out of the air of the shit show in Chicago. They come off and they're all full of joy and pumped up and emotional and shit, and then the next day it's like Kennedy and Trump have gotten together. And what's really crazy, a year ago I told a few people, I went on record and I said, you're going to see Kennedy and Trump in this election. You mean Trump and Kennedy together, or just the two of them in the race? I said, no, together. And here it is.
Guys, I got my hey, yeah, but
I mean,
stop to think. Stop to think. This
Do
might
that,
be just
lovey
a war
love.
between the White House.
Hey, B, hold on, B. Your audio is low. Can you scoot up closer to your mic or turn the gain up a little bit and sit back?
Hold it. You keep telling me not to lean forward.
Well, you don't have to lean forward. Just adjust your mic.
Just adjust your mic so you don't have to lean forward.
Okay, is that better?
I'm going to go ahead and, what was that, Clay?
What is this? What is this, a Laurel and Hardy skit?
Right?
Yeah.
You know, the thing about Kennedy also is he's not being quiet about it. He's out there in front of everybody saying how bad the Democratic Party has treated him.
Hi, Blazer.
Oh, yeah. And
is that better, guys?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. What I was actually going to say.
Well, hold on a second. We were just talking. What you just said, I think, is one of the important things that I don't think people are realizing. He's not only calling out what they're doing and just saying, hey, you guys left me. And there's a boatload of very high-profile, longtime Democrats. Axelrod, one of the longtime strategists for the Democratic Party. They're all calling out their party going, dude, you guys are screwing this up big time. That's why Joe got the dump, because they knew that there was no way they were going to win with him, because they couldn't hide the obvious anymore, and they were getting exposed. So Kennedy is not only calling all that shit out, but have you heard his platform? All he's talking about is the health system, the food system, the illnesses, the chronic disease. He is calling out the entire system all the way through all the medicine and the vaccines and everything else. And people have tried to package him into this, vax, whatever they call them, idiots, conspiracy theorists. And he's like, no, look, the reason we've got so many problems is because the food system is polluted and corrupted. The medical system is polluted and corrupted. All of the chronic diseases and everything that people are experiencing are coming from our food. It's coming from our medicines. And he's spot fucking on. And I don't know, I could speculate what I would think would be great places for Kennedy in the administration. First thought was, oh, please give him the Justice Department. That would be irony in spades of a cosmic nature.
Well, can you imagine
And
having
become
Kennedy
Attorney
and
General.
Elon in the administration?
Elon heading up a government efficiency department.
Hey,
heads are going to roll.
From the Democrats' point of view, they're looking at the four horsemen of the apocalypse. I mean, you have Trump, you have Kennedy, you have Elon, and you have Tucker Carlson.
And don't forget, that is a shitload of just manly men. A lot of tea going on there. Well, how about we just toss a little Tulsi in, just to spice it up? Come on, that's a brain trust on a magnitude that it doesn't exist in the entire collective inclusive cabal of crap on this progressive bullshit. It's just observational. It has nothing to do with ideology other than the ideology is the delineation. You got people that are really stuck in this muck and bullshit over here that doesn't even make any sense to itself, let alone to any rational, neutral observer. It's just bullshit. But I think that, you could drop Bobby and Attorney General of the FDA, the CDC. Oh, wait a minute. We should probably consolidate some of this stuff.
Yeah, we got to eliminate some of it.
So let's put the CDC and the FDA together. Oh, let's take that Department of Agriculture bullshit. Let's put them in there, and let's see what they do, what they should be doing, and what doesn't work, and just cut it across the board. And you could whack half of it, I suspect. And that would clear up, just getting rid of the bullshit will make things easier, let alone put us on a path to we finally get somewhere.
And someone in chat had mentioned breakdancing dinosaurs. And now I've heard that it's going to be an Olympic sport. We're going to have breakdancing dinosaurs. This is going to start here in the next couple of years, I understand. So, keep your eye out.
Clay, you are killing it with those, man. You are killing it.
Just keep your eye out for the breakdancing T-Rexes.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and close the poll before we move on to the really good shit tonight.
All right.
The weird, the wacky, the wild, the what? Hillary and Bill remind me of Claire and Francis and the U.S. version of the House of Cards.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I heard something today that I just as a data point. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but it sounded true. Did you know that not only does Harris not have her husband's last name, Doug Emhoff, but apparently they don't live together. and they don't have any kids together.
Wow.
Interesting data point.
Well, supposedly Michelle and Obama don't have real kids together either.
There's that.
So what's that about?
I don't know.
They were rented.
Well,
Sorry
I'm going
about
to
that, guys.
close.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to close
He's
the
back.
poll. Oh, look at that.
Next
it's,
time you leave, B, turn off your mic.
Yeah.
What? Did I? Okay. Sorry, guys.
Turn it.
Sorry.
Now turn
you
it
can
down.
Hear my you can hear my family in the background, can you?
Yeah.
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 Just a
sorry
little
about
bit.
Yeah,
sorry
turn-
about that.
turn it
Oh,
down.
when I go like that, that means I'm going. That's different dumb language saying I need to go to the toilet. To point Percy at the porcelain.
Okay.
All right.
It must
Yeah,
be an
well,
Aussie thing.
that's what it means. That means going to the toilet if you're a deaf and dumb.
Just
you know?
type it in
You
the
go,
private chat. You don't need to tell us all.
Yeah, you can just put it in the private chat. And then you can do this instead, okay?
You know what, everybody? Though, it's got something to complain about me with.
So,
hey, that's
so I'm
okay.
gonna-
I love it.
I'm going to
I like
end
to be a
the...
pain in the ass.
That you are. I will end the
Yeah,
poll.
thank you.
Will the Kennedy-Trump alliance boost the left or right? The right wins.
Hey, I
with
didn't get a say in this. by the
Terry,
way.
I'm not. Wait, hold on a second, will you? The right wins with 92%, and the left got 8%. So it seems like we had kind of the same sentiment around the table here, because it's pretty clear. I mean, you cannot even be paying attention and not be aware of what all the nuances and components are. But you just look at the energy and the vibe that we were talking about early coming off of that. Did you see the pictures of Kennedy and Trump on the stage in Arizona? It almost kind of looked like his fist in the air shot kind of vibe. It was some pretty powerful visuals going on there.
Well, that's got to scare the hell out of the left and the
You
deep
think?
state. And then President Trump said if he's reelected, he is releasing all the Kennedy assassination stuff being declassified.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that'll be.
Now that's what I was wanting to get down to. It's between the white hats and the deep state. Honestly, that's what it's about, because it's not just about John F. Kennedy. It's all also about his brother as well. They've both been assassinated by the deep state, and this is what it's all about. You know, I mean, his own party, they assassinated him, right at the very top in the deep state.
Well,
yeah, of course, he's going to join Trump. Why not? Why not? He's got no love for the deep state. Why? Why should he?
Yeah.
Sorry, just said my bit.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right, well, I think it's time to move on to the weird, the wonderful land of woo. And look at some crazy shit. So we can all just say, did you see that? You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So I've got a number of different things. So we'll start with this one is, I don't know if you guys spend any time on Google Earth, but man, can you have some fun with that bad boy. These people that get lost in these video games, I can see some of it. I did Tetris and, what was that one? Wolfenstein. Tetris and Wolfenstein were my two, and then occasional solitaire. But to get into this VR stuff and go crazy, it's like, I haven't got time for that. But I'll dial me up a little Google Earth, and I'll zoom into something and see what's going on. So this is a piece from Google Earth by Mr. MBB333, and if you guys don't know of his channel, I highly recommend it.
Yep, we follow him.
He's always got good stuff. People from around the world are always sending him amazing shit. and he does a daily weatherman kind of thing on space weather, Earth weather, and all that.
What
So
was that
check this
channel
out.
again?
Earth when he ran across an amazing find here in the mountains of New Mexico. This is a very remote location. There's nothing going on up here. There's no roads, no trails. Once again, this is at 7,400 feet, about a mile and a half up. No activity other than birds and probably a scorpion and a few other little critters running around up here. This is a very isolated, remote location. But there's no mistaking what we've got going on here. This looks very much like some sort of a disc that's stuck in the top of this mountain. I'll measure the disc from side to side. It's around 30 feet across, 31 feet. There you go. 31 feet across the center of this disc. You can see half of it stuck in the top of the mountain. You can see what looks like vegetation growing on this side of it and this side as well. These look like windows across the center, and this window right here looks broke. What I've done is taken a still image from this location, and I've modified the still image in many different formats, and you're going to see the windows appear very clearly in some of the modifications that I made, and you're going to be able to see that that is indeed a broken window. But first, let's take a look around just to kind of give you guys an idea exactly where this thing is at. Who knows how long it's been up here, but it's on some sort of what looks like a plateau on the top of this mountain. Looking around, this is an isolated, very remote location, and there's a disc, plain as day, sitting up there all by itself. All right, here we go. I took that still image, did some modification work to it. You guys are going to be able to see what look like symbols on the back side of this disc. You're going to be able to clearly see the windows. Once again, this was sent in by Don via Google Earth. This is the original, unedited. I haven't done anything to this one. The next one, I clearly adjust the lighting and color. You can see what looks like sand over here along the northern edge of this thing. Maybe some rocks and vegetation growing over here. These look like windows at an angle. That looks like a broken window. You're going to see what look like symbols along the back side of this thing. You're going to see what looks like some sort of a stabilizing arm here, here, and here. Clearly, this thing comes from intelligent design. This is not just some sort of a random feature that appeared out here in the mountains by itself. This appeared from somewhere, and it looks like it crash landed into the top of the mountain. Again, here's this window over here that's clearly broken. You can see a hole in that window there, and these windows are at a slight angle. You can tell they're vertical, but at a slight angle, tilting toward the right. Sure how to interpret what this thing here is above the windows. I think it's part of the fuselage that maybe lays back this way. This is probably supposed to be flat on the back side of this thing, but whenever it crash landed into the mountain, it came loose and lunged forward, going up over the windows. But you can see what looked like maybe electrical circuits, some sort of symbols on the back side of this thing that's now maybe exposed because this is supposed to cover this right here. And this side over here is not in the area. It disappeared. I don't know if it maybe kept on going, but it's not right here at the crash site. So the way I interpret this by looking at it, this looks bent. This looks like it's supposed to be flat on the back side of this disc, but it's bent forward as this thing impacted the top of the mountain, probably caused it to come loose. And this is what I was talking about. When this got bent forward, it exposed whatever's going on back here. Maybe little tubes, wires, circuitry, symbols, maybe. I don't know. It's wide open to interpretation, but there's something there. And you can clearly see there's something there in this format. See them? There's a stabilizing arm there, stabilizing arm there, stabilizing arm there. And they're symmetrical. So that tells us that this was definitely assembled under intelligent design. This thing here is bent up. It used to lay down. Those are windows. There's this part of the top. And here's this thing again, clearly bent forward. Those are windows. 1, 2, 3. Stabilizing arms again. 1, 2. They're very symmetrical. Obviously, this was built with a purpose. This window over here has a hole in it. Over here on the left-hand side. The back part of this thing seems to be exposed. That looks like a piece of the fuselage that's bent forward. But that is clearly a disc stuck in the top of the mountain in the middle of New Mexico at 7,400 feet. And here's the coordinates to this amazing disc stuck in the top of this mountain over here: 34, 24, 21 north, 107, 5, 35 west. And that will take you right up here to the top of this mountain. Very rugged, remote terrain in the center of New Mexico. There sits a disc. No telling how long that's been up there. Thanks for the photos and videos, guys. Keep them coming. If you guys have any photos you'd like to share, you can send those to reports at mrmbb333.com. If you guys have any videos you'd like to share that are too large to attach to the email, come over here to the homepage of the website. Look for this red tab that says have a large video. It's a Dropbox. Drag and drop your video into the Dropbox. Please include your first name, date, and location. And I'll...
Hey, can you back that video up just a little bit? Just to the overhead view, because it kind of looked like there was a road that kind of led down towards the craft, and I was curious why. I mean, it looked like a road enough to be traveled on. Why somebody has it?
I say we go to Google Earth and look it up, see if it's there.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
What the hell
You
am I
did give
looking
us
at?
the coordinates.
Yep.
Can't hear you, Mr. B. You're muted.
Maybe the government might have removed it by now, if this was posted some time ago.
This is true.
Maybe.
But yes, I agree. Let's go back. If somebody can go back to Google Earth and have a look at it, it'd be great. Do the coordinates.
Yeah, I'll save that and pull it up. Next time I'm trying to get the, hold on a second here.
What do you think, Jim? Do you
Maybe
think that
next
looks like
show
a
on that one.
saucer?
Jim, you there?
Hello.
It definitely looked like a
Oh,
saucer.
he's muted. Hold on.
Control to Jim Goodall.
Okay.
There you go.
I was coughing earlier and I put my mic on mute.
So what'd you think of that, Jim?
Think of what?
Did you watch any of that?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
What'd you think?
Do you think it was a UFO?
I've had a brain fart.
I get
All right.
those all the time. Do you think it was a UFO, Jim?
I mean, Bob Lazar's sports model that he was in, his was recovered from an ancient location. This thing, his flying saucer or his sports model is in an area that they figure it could be tens or 20,000s of years old. And
Not to mention, there's a new documentary coming out about that one too,
yeah,
Jim.
no, I mean, my mind is always going in about 20 or 30 different positions, but
I've got the Bob Lazar documentary trailer queued up, so we'll play that.
Yeah.
So let's go
Sweet.
back to what Clay was asking about. You wanted to see. You thought you saw a road.
Yeah, there was a different angle where he kind of showed the front of it. And it just looked like down from the right, it was a road. I mean, I guess it could have been
right there.
Yeah, see, like on the
Yeah,
left.
to the left there's a road. Yeah, it looks like a road, doesn't it?
That's it.
Looks like there's maybe a little trail or something cut there.
Yeah.
But this goes out. Looks like it could.
That could be natural.
Snaking around there somewhere.
It could be a wash where water drains right there, I guess. I mean, it's the top of a mountain.
Yeah, there's a.
It looks like a trail. It does look like a trail, though, for sure.
I mean, at 7,000 plus feet, you're in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I'd be amazed if there was any type of trail going to it. But
Okay.
the very, very last image, just before it went to the commercial part, looked like there was a very distinctive straight line, heading
Mhm.
off.
Hey, bring up Keebler Danger.
Keebler's awesome. Hi,
He
Keebler.
just said breaking news: Israel's under attack right now.
Keebler Danger, what's that?
That's his chat name.
Her.
Keebler Danger, no sugarcoating.
That's a her.
Oh,
Or
that's.
her.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
That's in the chat. I haven't got the chat up.
Let's see.
Hold on here. Boy, there's a whole bunch in here.
It's right down towards the end.
Mooncraft. Is that on the professor chat?
I think it's on the professor. Anyways, she says, the Clay says her. Not sure if you all know, Israel is under attack and being bombed. Right now, they are seeking shelter and in a state of emergency.
Where's this?
Israel.
Oh.
Boom, right here. Let's see.
I'm checking the feed here on the tube. I don't see anything.
Now, I see Israel launched preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's happening right now. And that's from Steve Lettner over on Agenda Free TV.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I just went by what they put up in chat, so I thought maybe we'd just mention it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
we'll keep an
scanning
eye out.
right
I don't
now.
see anything happening on any of my feeds.
I'm taking a look right now. I do see quite a few coming out. Israel strikes hundreds of Hezbollah sites. This is happening right now. That comes from the New York Prepper channel.
I worked for a Jewish company here back in the 70s, and my boss was very influential and spent a lot of time in Israel. And we were talking about, what would happen is if the Russians and the China, or at the time it was the Soviets, and were to help in overrunning or trying to destroy Israel. And said they have a protocol that if Israel's lost, they're going to turn the entire Middle East into green glass. And that was to quote Harvey. Because back in that era of the 70s, I think it was sort of acknowledged that they had up to 10 nukes. And that 2 of them were detonated in South Africa during that time frame as well.
On my news feed, it says 54 minutes ago from the Independent, Hezbollah launches massive attack on Israel after top commanders killing.
Can you put that link in the chat?
Yep.
IDF strikes 40 targets. The phone's going off.
Well, if all the surrounding countries decide to join in to destroy Israel, and I'm not a Bible reading person, but I have a very dear friend who's probably the most godly person I know. And he doesn't push his religion on anybody, but he's very well versed. And he said that, is that the beginning of the tribulation?
Ooh, what do I look at? Lebanon, Israel war.
Yeah, I mean it's the beginning
Black
of
Tape
it's
Project.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the end for the world as we know it. So.
Excuse me, guys. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, so that's kind of unnerving. But they picked they picked the wrong person to kick sand in their face. Israel is no more no longer helpless. They have the F-35. They have. We sold them 5,000 or gave them 5,000 5,000-pound bunker busters.
All right, let's see what it says. Hezbollah on Sunday said it had began an attack on Israel with a large number of drones and rockets in response for the killing of its top commander in a Beirut suburb last month. The Lebanese group said it targeted an unidentified special military target as well as Israel's Iron Dome platforms and other sites, but that the full response would take some time. The Independent is the blah, blah, blah.
So that's old then?
Well,
Said it
looks
was
like
54 minutes ago on my
this
news
looks
feed.
like we got some video here. Let's see. Well, that's a bunch of stock footage.
Yeah. Well, we can just keep an eye on it. We can go back to what we were talking about unless something comes up.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but seeing that kind of tech kind of gives you a rush. It's like, what? Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on it and see if anything happens. What do you guys, since this has popped off and people have been expecting it to pop off for a long time, you guys think this is the beginning of something, or is it just another little skirmish?
Well, they've been rattling their sabers for quite some time, and there's been agreement among literally everybody but Egypt up until just recently, and Egypt finally jumped into their coalition that totally surrounding Israel, and with the goal of we're all going to go in there with both feet simultaneously and destroy Israel. I don't think God would approve. That's the chosen land that. So.
Well, that's how the story goes. But the bottom line is, the Bible has got a bunch of stories from a whole bunch of shit written long before those people even were around to write the Bible. Moses plagiarized the Enuma Elish from the Sumerians 1,500 years earlier. And you have the Akkadians and the Babylonians and all of the other, along with the Sumerians, that place, that whoever has lived there for the last 10,000 years have been fighting over that land for 10,000 years. Persians, Huns, Turks, just even some of the Baltics, the Hebrews, all of that, and then the North Africans, the Egyptians. Why
even
is
the
it
nomadic tribes of that
What is it
areas.
about that piece of land on the planet where there's nothing but fighting and shit going on all the time?
Well, it's my opinion. If
Wait a minute, did I ask you?
if America didn't back Israel,
You usually talk
this
to me
would have
like
been
that.
done a long time ago. They would have just went in, and they could have just smashed Israel, any of them countries around there. Without the help from the U.S., they would have lasted, but they wouldn't have lasted long. When you're surrounded by your enemies and one of your enemies wounds you, the rest of the pack are going to move in. That's my opinion.
Unless they see their enemy gets wounded severely, and the rest of them say, "Oh, maybe not this time," and back off. Israelis are, and Israel itself and the Jews will not allow Israel to be lost, and if it's going to be lost, they're going to take the entire Middle East with it. And I think that's the Samson Directive or something along those lines.
Well, I kind of doubt that. G, what do you think? Do you think this is the start of something, or just another puff in the pan?
I think something's going to start, but I don't think Israel's going to be wiped out. I think the U.S. and Israel is going to prevail. But that's coming from somebody who is a Christian. I know you guys, you too anyway, don't believe in that. I do believe it's a chosen land. I do believe it's a chosen people, and I think God has their hand in it. If any nations has survived everything that's been thrown at Israel all through the years, I think God, if you believe in a creator, there's something there.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think, B?
Well, I think it's a lot of BS, actually. Look, over the years, I've seen Israel supposed to give back the Geezer Strip, after the, was it 8-day war, was it called, and instead of giving it back, they keep building, what they call buildings, they keep putting
settlements.
the communities in there. Settlements, that's it, that's the word I'm looking for. And they didn't stick to their words, and when all this shit started up lately, the people crawling out, let's eliminate them all, let's destroy them all, kill everyone, and that was their war cry. They're not out to create peace, mate. They're out to cause chaos and mayhem. They want to eliminate everybody that's against them, and they're killing honest. What I actually see, they're causing genocide, and they think the world owes them something because of what happened during the Second World War. 8 million Jews were exterminated, but they don't want to think about all the Allies. Over 15 million people actually died in that war, fighting for freedom. And they think the world owes them something. And now they're turning it down. They're the victims, and they're teaching their children that they're also the victims. And we've got this new generation of hate towards everybody that's against Israel. And they are actually, look, I have no problems with Israel personally. But I just turn around and say, look, if you want peace, you've actually got to be the first person to put your hand out and shake hands, not to retaliate in such a manner that you're going to destroy women and children and old people and everything. Literally, what they're actually doing is they may as well just drop an atom bomb on the freaking country, their enemies, because that's what they're doing. You've got children suffering because of a few terrorists actually attack the terrorists, not the people. People don't get a say in this matter. The normal populace, like you Americans, don't get any say in it when the US government say, let's go to war in Vietnam or let's go to war in the Middle East. You don't literally get a say. Your Congress says it all, the few. It's your women and it's your children and that actually die in these wars, because the very few says let's go, while the politicians sit in their ass in their parliament or in their White House and just drink champagne and say, well, what's the statistics today? How are we going? You know, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, honestly, Israel's brought this on itself. I mean, I'll be honest. No, not bullshit, man. No,
Yeah,
just
it
my,
is.
just
What you're
my
saying is
personal view.
bullshit. I'm just going to say it
No,
right now.
well,
I mean, I have nothing
do you
against
thi-
you,
do you think
whatever.
two-
You can believe whatever you want, but
No,
Israel
do you
does not
think two
attack
wrongs-
people unless they're attacked. They're defending their little country. They leave everybody
Defending
alone
yourself
until they're
is one
attacked.
thing. Defending yourself is one thing, right? But when there's people massing at the borders trying to get out on innocent women and children, and they're starving and getting killed, well, of course that's genocide, man. When you're killing women and children, hey, attack the people that's attacking you. This is
They do.
I mean,
But the terrorists hide in the civilizations. They hide in churches. They hide in schools.
In hospitals.
Hospitals. So, I mean,
yeah, well,
whatever.
yeah,
I mean,
well, I've always been raised up to believe two wrongs don't make a right. You know what I mean?
What are the
at
two
the end of the
wrongs,
day,
B?
at the end of the day, what have we got the United Nations for?
Can you hear me?
To try to control the world.
I can hear.
What are the two wrongs? You keep
What
saying
are the two wrongs?
two
Well,
wrongs
just because
don't
somebody
make a right.
attacks me and
What
I
are the
attack
two
back,
wrongs?
and I attack back, but when do you stop the attack? You know, retaliation. When do you stop the retaliation? And by my personal opinion, what is the United Nations doing? They're supposed to be peace forces. They should be going in and dividing them and saying, okay, settle down, you guys. I mean, that's what they're there for. All they're doing is sitting back and looking at it and saying, oh, well, you know.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
well, you didn't.
hey,
You haven't
this
answered
is only
the
my
question.
view. This
Wait,
is only
wait.
my view.
I understand. I'm trying to understand your view, and you haven't answered the question. What are the two wrongs that you are saying are at play that don't make a right? What are the two wrongs?
Okay, two wrongs. Look, somebody's got to turn around and say, hey, you know, I mean, you've got to get to the point where retaliation is one thing, but to continue the war, and say, okay, you know, we know where the missiles have been coming from. We'll blow those out of oblivion. But why continue and start flattening a city just because they're very few, and make everybody else there suffer? I mean, that's not right.
Well,
I'm not taking sides. Don't take me wrong. It's just that I'm just saying.
Well, you seem to be more empathetic towards those that are, like G is talking about, the ones who started this shit. Okay, they're the ones who started it, if you will. If we go to a high school or playground scenario, some these little punks came out of the bushes and they attacked the folks that were having a good time. Okay, they caused death.
Yeah. So what is the international community doing
Hold
about
on.
it?
What do you do in response? Well, you say, well, I'm sorry, you can't do that anymore. And they decide to escalate.
What is the international community doing about it?
The escalations on both sides. One side started it. One side's trying to finish it. The side that's trying to finish it is getting resistance from the side that started it. And this is the bottom line is the people that started this, they don't want the other side to even exist. Their charter is
let's put it this
you
way,
people
Robert.
need to
You
go
asked
away.
me a question.
So going back to Margaret
Let's
Thatcher.
just say your cousin shoot me, right? So my family goes out and eliminates your whole family.
Oh, that's so fucking stupid. That doesn't make any sense. That's irrelevant.
I know. Well,
to what
that's
we're
exactly
talking
what's
about.
happening. That's exactly what's happening. That's
No, it's
exactly what's
not.
happening in
No,
the Middle East. There
no,
are very
it's not.
few, and they're wiping out all the innocent people.
Well, the innocent
No,
people
there's
have
not.
sided
There's no
with the
ifs or
people who
buts
started
about
the
it.
shit. Do you believe the news that you're getting about what's going on over there?
Well, maybe don't take me down that road, because I tell you something that. there's
Well, you
fake
just
news around
answered
all
my
the time,
question.
isn't it?
The information that you're saying, I know, is very antithetical to the information that's available. Your view is not based on all of the available facts about what's really going on over there. And
That's
it's not
your
just
opinion.
now, it's been going on for centuries.
Well,
Do you
I'll
know
tell you.
do you know that There's no such thing as a Palestinian? Do you know that there's never been a Palestine? Do you know that that's all made up? There are no Palestinians. You know who the people are?
And
Australia
belong to the Aboriginals. And America used to belong to the indigenous people of America.
Stop. That's not relevant to what I'm saying. We're talking about this situation over there. The people that started this shit have adopted an identity that doesn't exist. You know who's in Gaza? Who these Palestinians actually are? They're Arab gypsies. There is not a Palestinian culture or race. They are a conglomeration of Arab gypsies who live a gypsy kind of life that have ended up there because why? They've been kicked out of all of the countries around them. Do you know that? If you knew that, you wouldn't have this, oh my God, these people are getting smashed and they don't deserve it. These fuckers started it. They've been at it like this for decades, if not centuries. And it's being all masked by all of this propaganda saying it's the people of Palestine. There is no Palestine. There are no Palestinians.
Right. You've got all your facts. You've got all your facts, but you're not mentioning one thing. The Iranians are the ones behind it.
Oh, that's a whole nother part of the rabbit hole. Go ahead.
Anyway,
no, it's not.
Hang on, B. Anyway, besides all that, Polly, who's usually in our chat, who is in Israel, says they are being bombed right now and it's a state of emergency and they have to go to their shelters.
Damn,
it's a sad situation.
Yeah.
You say, Polly.
Well, definitely.
Well, I don't think we're going to solve world peace here, but there's certainly it's a lively discussion of difference of perspective, and that is what
that is what it's all about. And you're still my friends. Hey, but the thing is, it makes you wonder what the United Nations are doing. That's what they're supposed to be there for. They're called peacekeepers. But
you know the United Nations is a farce, right? You know it's fucking useless.
That's right.
So why do you bring it up? Why are you asking where are they?
Because they should be. Because they should be doing their fucking job.
Well, yeah, that's why they don't. That's why they're a farce, because they don't do anything that they supposedly have signed up to do.
Now, how many thousands of years have these guys been fighting?
That was my point.
And according, to one side, they want to wipe it clean from the river to the sea, and everything in between. And
how can you be empathetic to their plight when that's their attitude?
I mean, and now that's what you hear in protests here in America.
Makes a difference what faith or country you're from.
What was that, Clay?
I mean, you hear the chants here and the protests in America, and all the Palestinian protests here in America, from the river to the sea, and you have everybody chanting that shit, and and it's all, a bunch of white kids that even tried to do shit like they're doing in the streets of America over there. They'd probably be shot because they don't deal with shit like that in the Middle East like they do here.
Well, see, this is the thing. This is why, B, this is why I get animated with you on some of that shit. You go down this social justice path, and you're always, and I appreciate it. I love you for it. But this whole thing of this, these victims of the oppressors is part of the bullshit meme that's going on across the fucking planet. Everybody's a goddamn victim of some new identity crisis category.
Unfortunately.
And it's 90, well, I'd say 75, 80% of it is manufactured. It's bullshit, but it is taken over what everybody thinks and what, how they have to be, those people over there don't have as much as those. It's like we just talked about on this bullshit convention crap.
There's victims on both sides.
The shit show in Chicago this week.
On both sides.
You got Oprah Winfrey and you've got Big Mike up there worth of over $3 billion between them, lecturing people how to, can't trust these rich people. It's like, well, does that mean we shouldn't trust you too? I mean, the cognitive disconnection of reality is just rampant. And the shit that's going on over there, and this is what the first part of that rant I went on, this isn't new. This has been going on for millennia.
No, it's not. And
these people have been fighting over the same sand and dirt
on both sides
for millennia. And they need to get over themselves. There's a whole bunch of other issues and things going on, but it's a culture war. It's an identity war. It's an ethnicity war. These people have been fighting the same shit for thousands of years. Now, you don't see that going on down in Australia. Now, you guys are a bunch of young criminals, so we're still going to give you plenty of time to get there. But do you see this kind of strife
as Jim
going on?
Goodall will turn around and say, I'm a Sikh fucker.
Yeah, whatever that means.
Now, look. At the end of the day, I'm a peace-loving person, and I think there's victims on both sides. That's what I mean when I say two wrongs don't make a right, because it's no use calling out, say, I'm a victim, when you're actually creating victims yourself. But there's victims on both sides, and it's the innocent that always gets hurt, and that's the sad thing about it. It's always the innocent that suffer.
That's
for the very few.
That's humanity's history. All the history we know, the innocent are the ones that you hear about. But that doesn't mean that maybe it was just their time. Maybe it was a part of the. In fact, to me, the iteration.
Maybe we should get back to the 60s where make love, not war. Give the old make love, not war. Peace comes in a double bed.
Okay. So anyway, I think let's leave the Israel thing. I've got a whole bunch of other stuff, and in fact, one that I know that all of you guys are going to have an opinion on, because
even me.
Yeah, I think that you might actually have something to say
Hey, Gerald,
about this.
I love you, mate. Hey, you're a good guy, mate. I don't hold any offense with you, mate. Okay.
So. We just looked at a piece of some kind of craft down in New Mexico. I'm going to definitely dial up those coordinates and jump into Google Earth, see what I find. And it looks like it might only be a couple of hours from where I am, so I might just have to go on a little field trip.
Oh, that would be
But
cool.
in this this space of oddities of did you see that? In the ufology community that we like to love on with regularity. Who's been making a lot of noise lately? Who's been out pushing a book? Who is none other than Luis Elizondo?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you guys, he's making the circuits. Did you see him on Joe Rogan yesterday?
No.
Yeah. Well, I watched it.
I knew he was on there, but I didn't watch it.
I watched it so you wouldn't have to. So
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Here is a little snip of Lou on Joe, and I think you guys might find it interesting. Because I know, B, you've got a boner for Lou. You think he's just full of shit.
Yes, I do. Literally, mate. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's a. Let's put it this way: he's a plant within ufology, mate. He's a specialist in counterintelligence. I mean, you don't come out of counterintelligence. I mean, he's a career man. Oh God, man! How can I put it? He's coming in to really stir up the shit and destroy ufology. But then again, I'm losing ufology. I'm hopping out of it. Like, not as serious like I used to be with it. But, yeah, he's full of shit, man. And, yeah, now they're promoting that he's sold over 2 million friggin' books. I mean, what can you say? Hey, 2 million books, it's only been out, was it, less than a friggin' week or whatever? I mean,
well,
he's full of shit.
Okay, so I've got a little clip. This is about just under halfway through the interview, and listen to what he has to say, and let's talk about it.
Obscure, right? And so I think from from a governmental perspective, that it was kind of a revelatory moment for the folks in our program.
So they realized one of the reasons why these things are weird looking is because they're creating. You want a light?
Do you mind? I'm sorry.
Yeah, take this.
Thank you.
So the back thing, the other side, push that down. There you go. Bam.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So how much of this is theoretical and how much of this is observed from recovered vehicles?
I am not allowed to talk about what the government may or may not have in its possession, other than that so I went through a very lengthy Pentagon review process. Recently, I wrote, I won't talk about it here, but I wrote something, and I had to go through Pentagon to have a review process, and it took almost a year. In this thing I wrote, I talk about up to the part I can talk about, and they approved for me to talk about up to that point. When it comes to what the government may or may not have in its possession, all I can simply say is that there is very compelling evidence to suggest that the U.S. government is in absolute possession of exotic material that is not made by humans. Now, beyond that, I can't really expound upon. I haven't been given permission to talk about it. But what I can say is what I've already said for the record, which has been approved by the Pentagon. Won't get in trouble by saying it. Is that we are there's very compelling data to suggest that we are in possession of.
Why is the Pentagon teasing us? Why do they tell you? Why are they allowing you to say we are in possession of something that was not made by human beings, but not allowed to elaborate, not allowed to show these very compelling videos that you're talking about that you've seen?
I don't. Well, two reasons. I don't think they have a choice. I think with now the introduction of cell phones and Ring cameras, the cat's out of the bag. It's the worst kept secret at this point. Two, there is a faction, unlike before in the Cold War, I believe there is a faction of people inside the government that do want this conversation to occur. But equally, there's still a faction of people that are very mad with me. They do not want me having this conversation. And mark my words, just by me being on your show, it is going to cause an absolute storm inside the Pentagon, and I am sure the other shoe is going to drop. I promise you, you're going to hear all sorts of stuff. People make stuff up about me trying to discredit this topic, because as many people are in the government that want this topic to be discussed now, there's still some people that do not want this conversation.
Could you steel man their position?
Say again?
Steel man their position, meaning could you argue it from their perspective?
Absolutely.
Like why?
Sure.
What would be a good reason to keep this stuff quiet?
Sure. And I want to preface here, I'm not fear mongering.
No, I don't think you are.
Look, if I was a military person, right, I would look at this from the perspective of there's three options. They're good, they're neutral, or they're bad. So let's go down this road for a second. Let's say they're good, right? Well, we got nothing to worry about. The problem is there's nothing to suggest that they truly are benevolent. People say, well, they're like, they don't want us to nuke ourselves. Well, I discuss it in what I wrote, that there's no data to suggest that. They didn't stop us from dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and vaporizing 500,000 living souls. They didn't stop us when we started developing nuclear weapons from the atomic age. They didn't stop the proliferation of nuclear weapons. They didn't stop the testing in the Nevada range of atomic and nuclear weapons. And now, how many countries have atomic weapons and nuclear weapons? A lot, right? They didn't stop Chernobyl. They didn't stop Fukushima. They didn't stop 3 Mile Island. So to say that they're here to help us, I'm not sure there's data. People say, well, in Minot and North Dakota and Montana, the UFOs came in and they interfered with our nuclear weapons and they brought the entire Echo flight offline. Which, by the way, I have the government report on that if you want it. But in Russia, a lot of people don't know, they turned them on. Right. So that's equally scary. They're interfering with our nuclear capability, whether to attack or to defend ourselves.
So when you said they turned them on in Russia, this is a Russian report?
Yeah. So this is I don't know if you remember the congressional hearing that occurred last year where
with David Grush?
Nope. The other one with Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, Ronald Moultrie, and some people from the Navy. And I think it was Congressman Gallagher that asked the very specific question. And he said, are you aware of UFOs interfering with our nuclear capabilities? And the response was something like, no, I'm not really familiar with it, never heard of it. And then the question was, I think, re-asked specifically at these locations. And the government's response was, no, not familiar with it. Well, here's the actual report from the Department of Defense. This is the actual intelligence report that was released through FOIA. There's a gentleman out there who runs a site called the Black Vault. His name is John Greenwald. He's probably the world authority on Freedom of Information Act. And he has a wealth of data that is out available to the public that he has received from the government. This is one of those documents. This is the document that our own government has no idea apparently exists.
I like how they write it in all caps.
Yeah. Yeah, that's through the old reporting.
So obviously there's some people that don't want this to be released. And obviously there's some people that think that the general public has a right to know.
I believe so. That's been my observations and my experience.
Well, that makes sense. You know, I mean, like when everybody says the CIA does this, like, okay, who?
Well,
who in the CIA?
I didn't
right?
finish though the other part, right? So if they're not here for friend, if they're not friendly,
right,
that leaves them neutral like us,
right, or benevolent.
Benevolent. Now, from a military perspective, and I just want to caveat, I don't agree with this, but I can respect the understanding. You, sir, are a general, and I say to you, and I say, we cannot prove that they're not here to do something bad. But what we do know is that they can interfere. They're very interested in our military capabilities, and they have interfered with our nuclear capabilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
From a military perspective, that looks an awful lot like something we call IPB, initial preparations of the battle space, or perhaps even ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Whenever we're going to go into a foreign country and invade, we do long-range surveillance. We want to know how the enemy operates, how they react. So even if there's a 2% chance, 5% chance that these things are here to do something malevolent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we probably should not tip our hands to the fact that we are aware of it publicly, because what happens the moment that the bad guys in a foreign country find our surveillance team over the border? We've got 12 hours. We got to invade, because the element of surprise is now over. So some may feel in the government the mere fact of acknowledging this, if there is some sort of malintent, may push up artificially a clock that exists somewhere for these things to say, okay, the foolish humans are now, the cat's out of the bag. They know we're here. We need to go in now for whatever reason they may have. So that is the military mindset potentially of some of these individuals who want to keep this secret.
So they're worried about an actual invasion.
Well, but they have to be. That is
right,
that is the role of our national security
right.
apparatus, right? Even if there's a 1% chance,
right,
they have to consider that in their planning and in their decision making matrix. So again, going back to what I said, I respect that. I don't agree with it, but I can respect that. If that is the reason why, then I would say, okay, look, in your heart, you really do have the best interests of the American people. You are a patriot. I can accept that. Again, I don't think it's your decision to make. I think it needs to go to Congress. I think it needs to go to the president. Let the American people decide. I think America can handle the truth. I think America deserves the truth, and let the American people decide if it's in their best interest to know more about this. I agree with
you, but I also can see it from their perspective. Like, they're probably insanely busy already, and the last thing they want to do is get involved in this thing where now they have a PR campaign where they're trying to let people know about this thing and not cause mass panic.
That's right.
I don't really know that guy, so.
Oh, he's in the ufology circles. He's one of the top names. I did a poll. Is Elizondo credible? And right now it's 57% no and 43% yes. So we're kind of split. G, what do you think?
I think he started out good as far as wanting to expose or whatever all this stuff is in the government, but now I think he has sold us out as far as a grassroots movement, and he's not giving us anything new that we don't already know. I mean, everybody on this planet at one time or another knows there's UFOs, there's aliens. We think they're in the government. We think we have stuff. I think he's just out to make money.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about what he said as far as the idea of not knowing whether there's benevolence or malevolent intent, malintent, and that whole threat scenario that he laid out. I thought his argument on the nuclear thing was kind of interesting as well.
Well, I thought the report that I had always heard that they shut down the nuclear weapons, not arm them. I mean, maybe I have that backwards. I don't know. But I mean, I think
in America they did, but in Russia they did turn them on. I've heard that.
I think every civilization has good and evil, whether it's us here and as humans, or whether it's aliens, whether it's the animal kingdom. I don't think that's anything new either.
Well, as it relates to why are they hiding the information that they have, he clearly said, yeah, we've got it. I mean, we've all known it, and that's why I keep saying it's really about exposure, not disclosure. It's like, no, just expose the fact that you already have this shit. But the ideas that he's talking about are, he sounds like somebody who has definitely had access to the information, in my opinion. But he's apparently, maybe he's kind of out as sort of the front end of the sword on the exposing from the government side. It's going to get leaked through somebody who was actually in there, and maybe they think that that'll be an easier way to get it out, to have everybody talk about it, and start getting used to it.
I mean, if he's as big a man as he says he is, and come out and just say it instead of hee-hawing around and hitting around the bushes, and give us the information. Otherwise, shut up and quit trying to sell your books. That's how I feel about him.
It's like my dear late friend, the former president of Lockheed Skunk Works, Ben R. Rich, said about 10 days before he died, he was at USC Medical Center, and he said to me on the phone, said, Jim, we have things out in the desert that's 50 years beyond what you can comprehend. And he knows I can comprehend a hell of a lot. And he said, if you've seen movies like Star Wars, Star Trek, we'd been there, done that, or decided it wasn't worth the effort. I said, Ben, would you expand upon that? And he said, no. And then the son of a bitch had the nerve to die on me 10 days later. So
the nerve of some people.
Yeah, but that came of anybody in the federal government that does business with this federal government that I would have trusted on a statement like that, it would be Ben. And why? And I still to this day don't know, why he was one of his favorite people to stay in contact with.
Well, that's a mystery to all of us, including you.
Yeah, but you saw the end result, though.
Yeah.
75 years, yeah. So.
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about a little Lazar 115 here in a minute.
Oh.
B, what's your thoughts on Elizondo now that you've heard him as of 2 days ago, in his own words, being grilled by the Rogan?
Well, honestly, I don't trust the guy. He's a counterintelligence guy. That's what he specialises in. He's there to lead the narrative. He's to steer us into a different direction. The way ufology's been about over the last, say, 20-odd years, we're talking about this, people are talking about that, and people are finding documents, and I think some people within the ufology have been touching nerves, and I think these guys come in, and within 24 hours of exposing the Tic Tac with Luis Elizondo with the Tic Tac, and Nennis, Nennis's experience, and that, I feel it's like he was an overnight international sensation on the internet. Our bloke rise to fame, or suddenly internationally, from being a no one, getting up there at the top, and he's still there. And then you had Back to the Stars Academy with all these millions of dollars being injected, with all these famous scientists and everybody else, and Tom DeLaunt and all that. I mean, it's like it's all been programmed. It's like all suddenly the New York Times started publishing stuff which nobody wanted to touch originally. It's like they're giving the go ahead, the government says, yeah, go ahead, do it. And now everybody's talking about. Now Luis Elizondo up there, and he's got this book now called Intimate. Well, quite honestly, there'll be a sequel to this book, and nothing's going to happen. It's just like it's never happened in Congress. They mean, it's going to happen now in Congress. It's coming. Yeah. Nothing happened the first time. Nothing happened the second time, and definitely nothing happened the third time. And this is just a hype. It's just, I don't know if it's just a store game. Personally, what he actually talked about, how the government may feel about, the threat, the possibility of, are they peaceful, are they friendly or whatever, or are they enemies? Well, quite honestly, it depends on what race are they talking about, because I think there's more than one type of alien. I think it's going to be good and bad in all different species. I mean, you're going to get a species of animal that will bite you, and you're going to get a species of animal like a dog that will come up and lick your bloody hand. So, I mean, at the end of the day, who knows? Who knows? But personally, I'm going to stick by my guns. Luis Elizondo's full of shit. Full stop.
God damn, that was a long way to get there.
Okay.
Well,
I got
but I had to give out my view. I mean, why? Because basically, you don't become a counterintelligence for no reason. All of a sudden, you're allowed to come out and talk about something. They're not going to allow that. The government's not going to allow that. They would put a bullet to his head before they do that. Hey, it's only 45 cents for a bullet.
Yeah, I gotta say that didn't make sense to me either. That they allow him to tell you that it's there, but not what it is there. That seemed a little shady. But real quick, but according to my calculations, we probably got about 30 minutes left of the stream.
Yeah, 30 minutes, maybe 40.
I know
I'm clocking in at right about 3 hours and 15 minutes. So yeah, this thing will shut off automatically at 4 hours. So
just wanted to remind you guys that we're kind of closing in on that. And also, I posted a link for you guys that came into the chat that you can get some Geezer Geek merch. And if you get it by tomorrow and use the promo code GETSOME, you get 10% off. And it's a decent gear. And I dropped a link for that so you guys can go check out the Geezer Geek merch.
Hey, do they have
check out
Geezer
other
Geeks?
merch
Do they have
as well.
it in black do they have black T-shirts? Because I'm a black T-shirt man.
They
do
do
they have
have
it in
them.
black T-shirts?
Oh, you weren't
good.
you weren't on when I showed all the merch?
He was in chat.
Yeah, but it's all in white. It's all in white.
No, there's other
You can
colors
choose
in
the
there.
color.
black.
Yeah, you can choose the color.
God, sweet.
Yeah.
You don't think we'd forget the Men in Black?
I mean, come on.
Well, if I wear white, it shows my man boobs, see?
Well, maybe we'll have to put some Geezer diet pills in there then.
Yeah.
We're gonna have some.
Geezer bras.
We're gonna have our own Geezer Grub and Geezer Green and Geezer Grog. I mean, the merch is endless, so stay tuned. And in fact, before we go out, I'll share those three one more time so everybody can see it freshly, especially for our late arrivals who always show up late and hang out for the duration. So I'll show you that. But speaking of somebody else who has been called full of shit for a different set of reasons, but in the same field, I give you Mr. Lazar. So this is the trailer for the new doc.
There's really no way I can prove it without revealing my identity and getting myself into more trouble than I have already.
Exactly what's going on up there?
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin, and they're basically being dismantled. Some are, well, in various stages of completion, built from other parts, and they're being test flown and basically just analyzed.
I was 29 years old, working on the most incredible project in the history of the world. No one has ever been able to show exactly what I saw with my own eyes, until now. Let's travel back in time to December of 1988 when this all started.
Oh, yeah. Did you see that?
Bob said that DeLorean was the most gutless car he'd ever driven. He said max speed was about 85 miles an hour. I mean, he had a ZR1 Corvette that he had a double nitrous system on it, and he
Hey, Jim, didn't he have that running on what do they call that?
Hydrogen. He had it running on one of them.
Yes.
On a hydrogen, yeah. But
Yes.
the government made all the chemicals and minerals that he needed that were at one time really, really cheap, almost off limits because of the cost. So it's our government trying to keep us safe and not do anything innovative.
Yeah.
But I'm invited. I'm invited to the world premiere, and it probably be in December. And I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna have about 10 tickets. Most of them are already claimed. I had some that became unclaimed because I dropped out of the Belize group. But I'll have to find out when it is. What they're trying to get it the world premiere at the Sphere in Las Vegas.
Oh, that would be the shit.
Wow! Oh
cool.
God, would it?
Yeah.
And Bob said that there's some stuff that is going to become known that will blow your socks off. So that's all I know about that.
Well, that ties right in with, what we have been talking about, that there's a bunch of tech that's about to get exposed.
Yeah.
And we're going to, the three, and in fact, I'm putting together a little bit on this. The three transformative things that are about to appear that will transform everything is, and it's basically 0-point technology. Free water, water's in the air. Free energy, the energy's in the air. Free communications, the communications is on the energy that's in the air. And all of those are capable, it's off the bench. There is devices that fit in the palm of your hand that will enable all three of those. Can you imagine the total, complete disruption of the existing system if everyone had each one of those? You wouldn't need the current grid. You wouldn't need any of the stuff. Nobody would go without thirst. You'd be able to do whatever you need to because you'd have all the energy and the water that you need, and you can communicate what you make with everyone else who's also connected. I mean, it's going to be fundamentally transformative, and it's going to cause a shitload of disruption, which needs to happen.
At least for a generation, but it'll come good.
it's going to start popping out in the next couple of years. Most likely, a lot of it next year.
We could
That
probably
coupled with the whole celestial cosmic cousin thing, yeah, shit's going to change big time.
you could probably end that
Hey,
poll.
we went through the same problem, Robert, with
9 votes, I think.
technology, with the computer, didn't we?
So 60, basically 2/3 of people said Elizondo is no gato.
I really don't know the guy, but
Well,
if he
you're
worked
better
for
off.
the CIA and the government, I probably wouldn't trust him.
Well, what's your thoughts on Bob Lazar? We know Jim's a fan. He's got tickets.
Wu thinks having a raffle for one of them tickets would be an awesome idea.
Oh, there you go. If you got an extra ticket, Jim, you might want to put that up for a raffle, and hell, maybe that'll pay for a big old steak dinner while you're up there.
Possibly. And you could meet one of your biggest fans. Or whoever buys the
Yeah,
wins the
whoever
raffle.
buys it, yeah.
Yeah.
A
Well,
fan or
G,
a
what do you think
stalker.
about Lazar and that new ditty coming?
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I mean, I like Bob Lazar, and obviously listening to Jim's story
Yeah.
about Bob all the time. I mean, I believe it. I mean, like I said about Lou, well, come out and say something, and that's what Bob has done the whole time. He's been saying all this stuff, and he's been persecuted for it. So what better evidence
Yep,
do you
I
need
agree.
than that?
But Bob and Joy are just a delight to be around. He's soft spoken. He always has been. I mean, he always came back as a very not gentle, but just a lot of. The guy's incredibly smart. Yeah, I mean, I grew up with a dad with an IQ of above 175, so I was engulfed in that, that type of mentality. And he's been true to his word. I've said multiple occasions when I was in the Pentagon during Desert Shield, Desert Storm, I had Bob's W-2. I walked, we had a down day. I was a historian there. And I was an E6. And I had a couple hours to kill, so I started looking to see if I can find the exact name of the Department of the Navy that paid Bob, and I couldn't find it. So I went to, I think it was Naval Investigative Services, and walked in the office. I'm in my light blue shirt, short sleeved shirt. I had a fresh haircut, and I was looking sharp. And there's a young Lieutenant JG behind the counter, and I said, "Sir, can you tell me where this Department of the Navy is?" He looked at it, and he looked up and said, "Excuse me, Sergeant, I'll be right back." He walks into the 2-Stars office. Now, anybody who's been in the military, especially if they've been in the Navy or the Marine Corps, they're really strict on protocol and whatever. No Navy admiral, 2-star, 1-star, they're making a difference. No Navy admiral without a note from his mother would see an enlisted Air Force / Air National Guard puke without a reservation or appointment. So I go in there and I gave him a sharp salute, and normally he would say at ease. He said, "Parade rest." So I'm there, parade rest, and he has Bob's W-2 in his hand, and he's shaking. And he looked at me and he said, "Sergeant, I don't know where you got this, but if I ever see your face cross the threshold of my office ever again, you'll be the most sorriest son of a bitch NCO in the United States military. Do you understand me, Sergeant?" I said, "Yes, sir." And with that, he put it in the shredder and said, "You're dismissed." I gave him a sharp salute, did an about face, walked out, and I said, "Ooh, did I ever pull his chain?" That right? I mean, there's too many people that I know personally that have verified who the hell he is. and the experiences I've had in and around Bob Lazar, especially with the 2-star. If he was a nobody, if he was a prankster or whatever it is, I would not have got that reception from the 2-star.
Well,
and,
so basically, it seems as though you know more about this documentary that's coming out than the rest of us, and I think the idea of maybe raffling off one of those tickets is we'll take that offline and see how we can get that up. Maybe put it on the merch store. But Clay, what do you think about Lazar?
I'm a big fan of Bob Lazar. I mean, I talked about it, I think, last week. You know, I grew up my whole life watching Star Trek. And the experiences that he talks about are just amazing. And, yeah. And stuff that Jim talks about just makes it even more amazing, you know? I'm excited. I'm excited for something new to come out.
Now I may have read this wrong or heard it wrong because this was 2 years ago. But Bob indicated that there are three phases to the movie. The movie is going to be merchandise, and there was going to be a technology demonstration. Bob said, if it goes as planned, it will shock the entire world. He said, but it literally could blow up on our face. And I said, do you have 115? I said, not here. It's at multiple locations around the world. So apparently he has, and this was 2 years ago, does he have the element 115 that's stable? Is he going to fly a replica of the sports model? Was what he flew. The cat, he has a photographic memory, and he remembers every single aspect, all the drawings, the books. And he's read it. He knows it. The guy is really has an incredible head on his shoulders.
I think he has
So
one in his garage.
I'm hoping that he is going to build and fly a UFO.
Well,
Now,
wouldn't
that's-
that beast just spiffy?
Yeah.
Now, that's
B,
my-
what,
that's my-
B,
that-
what do
that's
you
my
think
own-
about
that's-
Lazar?
that's
Do you think he's is Lazar legit? We'll do the poll.
From
B, you're muted or something.
Yeah, no audio.
Yep, I got it, mate. Yes, I believe he is legit. And when he first came out with about the sports model and everything in the early days, he didn't seek fame or fortune. Actually, kept a very low profile for all these years. I personally, he just wanted the truth out there. He wasn't kind of looking for the dollar. And I think he took a lot of shit off Stanford Freeman, calling him a fake and everything else. But he didn't retaliate. He just kept himself to himself. And I don't blame him in his later years coming out. I think it's like retribution. Let's get all the shit out there and let's get it put on film. I admire the guy for being honest, speaking out and showing his face with the truth. Yes, mate, he's the real deal, and I believe it, and good on him. And if he's going to make a buck out of this movie, good on him. I don't blame him after all the shit he's taken over the years. That's my bet.
So fuck Lou and go Bob.
Yeah.
My oath.
I think that's. I
Pretty
think
much
that's
what
what we
everybody
Actually,
got.
I look at Bob Lazar. I see Bob Lazar in my personal opinion. He's an introvert more than an extrovert, And he's not one for kind of mouthing without having cause to. That's my view.
Has he been on Joe Rogan?
Who?
Bob Lazar?
No, I don't think so.
Dunno.
That'd be a good one.
I don't think so. Well, gentlemen, we've just got probably about 10, maybe 15 minutes here before we need to wrap this up. You got something, Clay?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. So I got some aliens out on the moon. You guys want to see some aliens on the moon?
Sure.
Hey guys, welcome back. This is Scott. This is a really intriguing UFO that I discovered back in 2013. Look at the detail there. AI on the right, on the left, normal. Wow, it just pops. Look at that. Looks like it's 3D printed. Now, this is my website, UFO Sightings Daily. It's been on all those news sites there many times each. I discovered in 2013, and I just was amazed at this strange looking UFO. This was all before 3D printing, and it looks so 3D printed, doesn't it? And it looks like it's coming out of this rectangle hole in the moon itself. Now, the original link to this, the original link was deleted. It was gone. However, there are some other links that are there, and I'll put those in the about description below this video, and you can check them out. Also, there's indexing websites that may have indexed it and have that page on their photo memory of the internet. Now look at this. This is normal. This is AI on the right, normal on the left. And I swear to God, this thing looks like it's 3D printed. This is way before 3D printing. This is 2013, but look at this. Look at the detail of this thing. This was taken of the moon when the lunar orbiter was flying over part of the moon, and it just took this photo, and look at that. Have you ever seen anything like that in your life? It is so weird, so creepy, and so cool at the same time. But why would NASA take it down unless, finish the sentence, unless you're leaving me hanging, don't leave me hanging, unless it's real. Look at that. Look at that. I'm going to show you AI corrected by AI in just a moment. Hold on. That is just amazing detail. Amazing. And at the center, it looks like there might be 3 faces. See the dark center? There seems to be 3 faces looking up. Now let's look at this. Whoa. Do you see any faces inside there? Inside the dark area. You might have to pause it in just a second. I'm going to really zoom in on that. I believe what we're looking at is the clear dome area where the pilots sit. But just a second. Look at the detail of that. This is a close-up of what I believe to be an actual UFO. And it was in the NASA index. Look at this. Look at the detail. AI just brings it out, and it really looks unusual. It's not clean and cut like humans make them. It's more like grown or 3D printed. This is weird stuff. Okay, do you see the faces in there? I see 3, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's just my imagination. Maybe they're real, but they're all looking straight up. That face, and that face. Pause it right there and check it out. Because those 3 faces are all looking straight up. And they don't look human-like. Although they each have 2 eyes, nose, and a chin area, forehead, they don't look human. Doesn't make them evil, doesn't make them good, just makes them different. Guys, is that something or what?
It's bullshit.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
I mean,
pass.
are you going to have a think about it, or
No, I
you
mean,
just going to call
because
it?
you have a part of the unprocessed image, and this thing is superimposed over both. If it was unprocessed, if it was part of the original image, it would have been cut off at the vertical black area.
Yeah, you got a point there.
And it
Yeah,
looks
and
like
his
it looks
enthusiasm's like
it,
he's trying to convince you.
it looks like some critter took a dump, and that's what that's what it is. That is.
Are you saying that's a dingleberry or a
It's
Klingon?
I think it's a dingleberry from some critter, because if it was part of the original image, it would have been cut off where they hadn't finished completely scanning that black line. If you go back, you can see the entire, they have the entire image on some earlier screens. But that black deep shit.
It looks like some kind of berry. I mean, it doesn't look like, I hear what he's saying about being 3D printed, but it looks like a berry, like it got plucked off of something.
See, okay,
or a great big rock.
You can see if you go back where it's coming. Okay, that right, freeze it right there. That is an unprocessed image, and that thing is right on top of it. It should have been cut right along the same vertical line. So that is post-processing. So that is, it could be a drop of oil. It could be a it has to be. I think it has to be a pretty. The viscosity should be such that it wouldn't just spread out, but it. I think that is some type of dropping on the image, and it's. I would like to believe it's a UFO, but.
So you're going on it. You're going with accidental dingleberry, or
Sloppy
purposeful
scientist
dingleberry.
eating lunch and looking at pics and.
Yeah, no, that's a piece of drop of oil or critter shit somewhere on a processed image.
What do you think, G?
I don't think it's real. I'm not saying it's not an object. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying AI looks like it did a good job on the information on the outside, but as far as that dark circle, to me, when they zoomed in on it, there was no definition in that dark except for black and maybe a little gray, and it looked like it may have created an AI image that we're seeing pareidolia, and we're thinking that it's alien faces. That's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
Clay, what do you think?
Yeah, this whole picture right here kind of nails it for me. Jim was right. Like, if that was all unprocessed film yet, half of that would be missing. Because it wouldn't have been processed yet, right across that line there, right across this line here. So, yeah,
So
I don't think it's real. I think it's
If
fake.
the consensus is that it's After Effect or post-processing, who do you think would have done it and why?
I mean, it could
This
it
is
could
apparently
be.
NASA footage. Where the hell did he go? Well, B just tried to go in and then he disappeared.
Oh.
Just want to remind you guys in chat that, hey, Castle, dude, good to see you. That the stream is going to be
Naylor.
ending here within the next 10 minutes. It's going to cut off. We're about to reach our time limit. So when the stream cuts off, if we don't get to say goodbye to you guys, just know that we love y'all, and we'll see you guys back here next Saturday. And just a reminder that Garo has an awesome show lined up for tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So.
Yep, and in case I forget, I've got Miss Heidi Pop on the Nexus Tuesday night. for a conversation about superhumans or normal humans.
Or how about
And-
abnormal humans?
Yeah, and we did cover a little bit of those. We didn't focus on the abnormal.
Well, you brought us up.
Well, and don't forget, if you want Geezer Geek apparel, use the use the coupon code GETSOME. By tomorrow, the end of tomorrow, you guys get 10% off.
Yeah, be the first to geese with the geeks.
Yeah, some cool stuff in there. I'm
And
going to be
Nexus
taking a look
and-
at that.
In fact, I'll show this real quick, simply to make sure we add in the cryptid component to the oddities that we are considering, and then I'll bring up the stores on our way out. But check this out. I think you probably are going to have more insight on this than the rest of us.
In the quiet suburbs of San Antonio, Texas, a man found himself at the center of a mystery that ripples through the online world of cryptozoology. One afternoon, he noticed something unusual perched on his fence. Grabbing his camera, he snapped a photograph of what he later claimed to be a chupacabra, a legendary creature that has haunted the folklore of the Americas for decades. This image, taken in broad daylight, would soon spark widespread debate and intrigue as it made its way through various Facebook groups dedicated to investigating mysterious creatures. The man, a longtime resident of San Antonio, was no stranger to the wildlife that occasionally wandered into his yard. Living on the edge of a wooded area, he had seen everything from raccoons and coyotes to deer passing through his property. But what he saw on that fateful afternoon was unlike anything he had ever encountered. As he looked out into his backyard, he noticed a strange dog-like humanoid figure standing on his wooden fence. At first glance, it appeared to be some kind of animal, but its unusual features caught his attention. The creature was about the size of a small dog, but its body was thin and hairless, with a rough texture to its skin. Its eyes were large and glaring, and its posture was tense, as if ready to pounce or flee. The most unsettling feature, however, was its teeth. Long, sharp fangs that protruded from its mouth, giving it an almost otherworldly appearance. Instinctively, the man reached for his camera, hoping to capture the bizarre sight before it disappeared. He managed to take several photographs of the creature before it leapt off the fence and vanished into the nearby trees. Shaken by the encounter, he quickly reviewed the images, realizing that he had captured something truly unusual, something that defied easy explanation. Unsure of what to make of the strange creature he had photographed, the man decided to share his experience with others. He uploaded the images to several Facebook groups dedicated to the investigation of cryptids, creatures whose existence is unsubstantiated by mainstream science, but which continue to capture the imagination of people around the world. Among these groups were communities focused specifically on the chupacabra, a legendary creature known for its alleged attacks on livestock and its mysterious origins. In his post, the man described his encounter in detail, explaining the circumstances under which he took the photographs and his belief that the creature he had seen could be a chupacabra.
So, what do you think of that one?
That's a pretty good picture.
That is a good picture.
I mean, if it's possible that the open bottom part of the jaw, that could be in the background and not part of the image, because it looks like there's a little bit of I can't tell on this thing right here. So, I mean, when I first saw it, it looks like it's a squirrel with mange or some type of critter that had been in a fire, and most everything was burned off, including his long, skinny tail. I don't know. It was creepy. I sure wouldn't want to have that in my backyard.
How big do you think that was perched on top of that fence? It's obviously not a true dog man, because a dog man's usually, what, 7 7, 8 foot tall.
So
Yeah.
I would try to gauge the size based on this fence. So these top posts here, this is a regular planked fence. That's maybe 8 inches,
Yeah,
maybe
5
10.
or 8
I
inches
don't think it's a
wide
foot.
each plank. Mm.
So if that's anywhere close, this thing's kind of small.
I'd say like a between like a medium-sized dog, maybe.
I mean, yeah, maybe
even a little
it was
smaller.
maybe at one time before it wandered into his yard, it was in and around 3 Mile Island.
Well, what's
Could
interesting
be.
is it looks like this tail belongs to it, and that's a long, skinny-ass tail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See that?
Definitely
Especially
got
the
like
forearms. The
rat-like.
forearms to it, especially.
It's got
Yeah,
like
and
If
this
you look
is
at the
odd.
image from the end of the tail where it meets that tree
And-
limb
and
or
the
whatever, I think that's something else going.
Yeah.
Because you see another tree limb going up to his mouth, and it looks like it's a continuation to the tail. So I don't think all that's the tail. Just the thick black part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
might
just
need-
this. Even if it stops here, that's still a long-ass tail, skinny-ass tail.
And yeah, the Brooks Army Hospital is right there in San Antonio, and I know they did a lot, back in the starting right after World War II, up through about probably the 70s, maybe early 80s, when they closed their labs down. They had a lot of animal testing. there
See,
at
there's a
Brooks.
better shot of the fence.
Yeah. Yeah, the dog-eared fence.
So
Yeah. Yeah, he's only
I
about
mean,
a
it
couple of
looks
feet
like-
tall.
it looks like it's bigger than a cat, and a good, decent-sized dog, a medium-sized dog maybe. But those forearms, that dude gets around and
Yeah.
he's used. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, at first glance, I thought maybe chupacabra, like they were saying, but maybe it is some kind of dog or something that has mange or some kind of disease, and I don't know.
Well, have you ever seen a dog that's actually been shaved? I mean, they look totally different like that, actually, believe it or not. Especially the dogs with a lot of wool on their skin.
Yeah,
When you shave them.
The only thing is, canines do not have that long of a forearm. They don't have something.
I agree.
And
I agree. Especially this part of the arm.
I mean, that looks like a humanoid arm.
So are we saying we think
Yeah.
it's real, or do you think it's AI? Do you think it's...
Well, I think it's real. It looks real to me.
Yeah.
I don't
It kinda-
see anything there that would gives me any fakery
Well,
sense. It looks like it was a moment.
I
caught.
see with the paw, it's literally gripping onto the paling of the fence. It looks like it's actually
Well,
gripping. Yeah,
The paw on the left looks like it's going through the fence.
Oh,
So that's why I was
it looks-
asking about AI.
It's going over it here. He's got. Oh, can you see my mouse? Yeah.
Yeah, the
So
other
it's-
paw.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the
other
right
one
one's
looks like
wrapped
it's embedded
around.
in the wood to me.
Yeah, it looks like it's grip. It's like got a grip.
So what I see is it's gripping on the right, and its arm is
Yeah.
going over the top of this one right here.
All right.
Oh,
To me, it looks like it's a AI artifact where the arm is going into the wood.
You see
But
the
I
same
don't
thing
have
over here?
I don't have a real good clear shot of it, but
Cool. Well, we're getting right here to the end, gents.
Interesting.
It's
Yeah.
time to
Interesting.
start wrapping this up and share the love with the folks in the chat. Clay, you've been keeping an eye on that. What are they doing out there?
They're hanging out. They're some
They
people are
behaving
saying-
themselves?
Well,
Seems like
you
it.
know, Castle Dude did just come in, so
Oh well, yeah.
well, he just got up. most
Oh,
likely.
well, he's a dickhead. Hey, Neil's a dickhead. We all know that.
Don't
G'day,
alienate
Neil.
don't alienate our fans. Come on
Hey,
now.
hey, everybody, he really is a good friend. He's a wonderful man.
Yeah, he's
But
a
only I can
fucking
call him a
wanker.
dickhead. Yeah. He'll be
Yeah, Chet's
rolling
been
over
good.
in laughter at the moment, so.
Shout out to all you guys for hanging out with us tonight. We've been, 12, 13,
Yeah.
14, 15 people all night long, so you guys rock.
All right.
And we're just going to show you guys, let you know that we love you, so we got stuff for you. And remember, what's the promo code, Clay?
Promo code GET SOME. All
Get
lowercase,
some.
one word, get some.
You can get yourself a nice mouse pad. The Geezer Geeks on it. Oh, and this premium heavyweight long sleeve shirt, I'm grabbing me one of these. It's a
Nice.
sand color.
Yeah, I like that
And
one.
we got the Geezer Rocks glass.
Is that a shirt or pullover? I couldn't tell by the colour.
It's a
It's a
pullover.
pullover.
Okay.
Then we got the
Neil
zip
says,
hoodie.
if you use the promo code NEILERWANKER, you get 100% off.
And that's all embroidered on the shirts, is it? Is it embroidered
this-
or painted on?
No, this is printed. The embroiders on the hats.
Okay. Okay.
I'll show you the
Fair
hats here. We got the stainless steel bottle.
No, I'll be going for the shot glasses myself, personally.
And then this is the sweatshirt. These are Geeks, and they're all Gildan, so that they're really good stuff.
So
Yeah,
if I get a black one, would the Geezer Geeks be in white, or would it be black print on black t-shirt? Oh, I don't know.
Well, this is gray and blue. See that gray, black, and blue?
Yeah.
So that's the way it will print.
And it's embroidered, so it'll be
Okay.
raised.
And this is embroidered.
Right. Good one.
So that's the Geezer Geeks, and I gotta talk it faster. I think that's all. Oh, and then there's the mug, the Geezer Geeks mug.
And that's that all mindwear, eh?
Mindware's my site, my merch site.
Okay.
And then we have, I've also got the Nexus. We just put that out for the Nexus shows. So this is the stainless steel water bottle. And it's basically the same things that you have for Geezer Geeks. But this is the unisex classic tee.
That's going to be probably cutting out on us any time.
Going close. So the last one we're going to show you. All the links are out there. I think you put them out, right,
Yep.
Clay?
Yep.
Is the Midwest. Where'd you go? Midwest.
I'm here.
There you go. I was looking for your page.
Oh. All I can see is the Geezer Geek mugs. It hasn't been changing for me. There we go. All right.
There we go.
So the Midwest has got Chiro shirts and mugs.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a sharp-looking logo right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really
it is.
pops
It's
on
like
the
a
shirt.
target right in your chest.
Chiro mug.
Chiro.
And they got stainless steel water bottle. Midwest.
I like your logo. I like
Tony
your logo.
Stark.
Girl.
Thank you.
Yeah, that one looks good.
It's good. Impressive, actually.
And they got the mug, they got the hat, they got the tumbler, the wine tumbler.
Come on. You've got to get the shot glass in there, Gerald.
Oh, a shot glass?
Yeah.
So that is the
Gotta have something to drink me Jack Daniels out.
that is the the merch for the Geezers, the Nexus, and the Night Watchers. And we're going to have to sign off here before it signs us off.
Yeah.
So everybody in the chat, thank you very much. Thanks for being here,
Yes.
hanging, doing it again. If you feel
Be nice, be kind.
If you feel like getting yourself some new stuff for the upcoming fall, Terry's going into the. What are you going into? You're going into spring, right? Down under.
Yes, we are within the next month.
So that's why we got long sleeves, we got short sleeves, we got hats, and there's more coming. And you got to get your drinkware so that you can have a gulp with the Geezers. Get your Geezer gulpers.
Don't forget, Christmas will be here before you know it.
Shouldn't we get? Hey, we should have a geezer bong going, shouldn't we?
A what?
That's in the works.
A bong.
Yeah, we got
get that
bongs,
going in the
bowls,
works.
pipes, papers. We got bud. We got it all coming. So yeah, we are coming
wait
right
for
up
our
on
movie.
it. So yeah, Geezer movie.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Yeah. Inspired
Thanks
to
everyone.
inspire each
Appreciate
other.
it.
Okay.
Go get yourself some Geezer gear.
Thank you.
Always fun.